Hello, greetings, and welcome to another Saturday night here on Black Men Being Brutally Honest. This is Kevin. As you walk into this broadcast, just go ahead and go below this screen, hit the like button, and if it's your first time here, hit that subscribe button. Um, that's for free. But don't hesitate to read some of the other stuff that you can do while you're in these broadcasts. First off, let me start off by saying, long live the habitual line steppers. Please read the scroll ticker at the bottom of your screen for entertainment purposes only. Fair use of anything that I use on this broadcast, including images, although I will respect content creators' platforms. They are mine. If you come on here talking, your commentary is mine. The avatar you even use is mine for that broadcast. So fair use, fair use, fair use. Yeah. Hmm, um, yeah, I was gonna do this broadcast 2 days ago, but I had to make time for other things. So I was like, well, no time like Saturday night. Might as well try to do some haymakers. I'm glad that, for those who tune in each and every week, I do appreciate you being here. But yeah, there has been a situation with Creflo Dollar and Kevin Samuels, or what appeared to be, Creflo Dollar trying to just kind of on the sly sneak diss Kevin Samuels and the Black Manosphere. And yeah, he went at the Black Manosphere too in a real sly way. Like right after he went after KS. Um, KS responded and he handled it pretty well. He did it on his, I think it's Wednesday night show. So, it's all good. It's just kind of, fun to see stuff like this happen and see how people react to such and all these feelings and all these truths come out. I mean, what purpose would you know? And let me throw out this disclaimer: I am not gonna attack a man of God. Um, I do believe there is something greater than myself. As of late, I have just been needing more information on it. You know, uh, the seeking of universal purpose, is beyond, I think, anything a translated manuscript can provide. I think many, many truths have been hidden from us. And I think the doctrine that, you know, could play a factor in that is the church doctrine. Now, many people have said that black men have left the church, left their beliefs. I wouldn't exactly fancy myself that as a guy who has completely abandoned the concept of a higher being. Like I said, I just need more information. But for many, the pendulum either swings all the way one way or the pendulum swings all the way the other way. Either they're an atheist or they're a devout Christian, which is present within the habitual line steppers. If you've been listening, you'll know exactly what I've been talking about. I'm kind of the fence straddler. I grew up Catholic, but in the back, and because of that, I always got used to calm church. So the idea of a spectacle, when you go to church every Sunday, to me, at first was ridiculous. Then, I began to open my mind a little bit. Uh, went to other churches, saw other styles. The speaking in tongues thing, I can't sign up with that. Whatever your belief is out there, I respect it, but some things just aren't for me. But for many, their heart's in the right place, and for others, they they fake breaking it. They act like they're good people on Sunday, and then Monday through Saturday it's just all hell. Mm. I mean, but ultimately, I started to really just dig deep, and started to thinking what, like, before Facebook memes hit. I mean, just I was maybe 18, 19 when I just got to this way of thinking. It was like, okay, if the church goes back, the American Black Church goes back these many years, what were they doing before that? And these were the kind of seeds that were planted. These made some of us within our being have a sort of a higher frequency. Start to ask questions. Start to question the things that you grew up with, because the 70s and 80s was hell on indoctrination. Shit, they got a woman thinking that she could just have all these kids and have hot girl summer after hot girl summer. Right, walk into a church and scream real loud, and every motherfucking thing is okay. Shit. How? Who are the gods that our ancestors worship? Were there any gods at all? Are these just stories? Somebody's right. That's what I started thinking. I started going in a whole different direction. I was like, well, somebody's right. Is it Buddha? Is it Allah? Is it God? Is it whoever others worship? I mean, they all have this concept. Yeah, we're supposed to believe we're the ones that's right. And maybe this is the problem that Mr. Dollar has run into. Not that I care about, the whole G6 thing, although I feel like that's kind of weird, to ask your congregation, who most of which probably they still have car notes and financing car payments, or taking Ubers, or taking a church bus for a jet. I mean, supposedly he's going around the world to preach the good word, and his other jet was kind of old, still functional. I wouldn't want to see the man crash anywhere. But it just seemed kind of odd. Seemed kind of odd. Like, to me, it's like, not that I'm pocket watching or anything, but because the excuse is always book deals. They made some book deals. People start to question this kind of thing. I mean, we question it in hip hop artists too. It's like everybody black with money is questioned at some point. So for people to get mad at it being preachers being questioned, and want to come up with all these straw man arguments, everybody at one point has been questioned. The tinfoil hat days of YouTube back in like 2009 to 2012, 13, somewhere around that, was crazy. Everyone has been questioned. I remember this preacher named G. Craig Lewis. I don't know if any of you remember that guy. He was on YouTube. He was the one throwing shots at Jay-Z and Beyonce and Kanye West, saying that they was a part of the Illuminati. They talking about blood sacrifices, all that stuff. Exorcising demons in his church from young women. Called out Quincy Jones in the Tupac thing. Fear doctrine. A lot of us fell for that. I was like, God damn, they put all these pictures together, but then they're making the sign where they, doing the okay, but it's supposed to be three sixes. Like, I mean, them videos was crazy. So now in 2021, since 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 everybody forgets what happened in the past, since everything just started happening in 2020 and 2021, we have Mr. Dollar kind of employing the same technique. He didn't say names, but we knew what he was talking about. He's trying to like hit certain points to let you know that, hey, you know what? If you are similar to this, yes, I am talking about you. Because he got a name. Creflo Dollar has a name. He's been out there for a while. Two big old churches in Atlanta. They always say, "Hey, the Lord's blessed me." Whenever people question that, I mean, those some hell of a blessings. But anyway, I would think that for the doctrine that has been pushed in this country, the church, and I'm not big on the televangelists. I mean, not especially not the white ones like Jesse Duplantis, and I think that's what his name is, and Kenneth Copeland. Both of them sound crazy, and Mr. I close my doors Olstein, which a lot of you out there watch. Yeah, Joel Olstein. A lot of black people watch Joel Olstein, probably as much as they watch Mr. Dollar. And he closed his doors with that jailed hair. But like I said, I'm not here to disrespect men of God. I'm not here to disrespect Mr. Dollar. But your last name is Dollar. So, I mean, the title of the this broadcast, I was having a little fun. I mean, Trick Daddy's original stage name was Trick Daddy Dollars. And for what they say about these mega preachers, I think Dollar is a convenient last name. I'm just saying. You've done pretty well, sir. And your congregation is praying to do the same, some of which are successful. Not saying that everybody that goes to church has to take Uber's church bus. Some people on foot taking the bus, like stuff like that. I'm not saying all of them. Hey, those parking lots are full. But keep in mind, you're gonna have to question it one day. I'm the kind of person that's and this is my channel. I want people to be good while they're here. You know, I want things to be good for us while we're here, not to wait to for some reward that's supposed to be some palace in the sky. I get it. If that's what's behind, like waiting for us supposedly, then cool. A paradise, a utopian paradise for eternity. So why can't we have a utopian paradise here? This is why belief is waning. This is why it's sinking a little bit. Because people have miserable lives. They push the positive they push the positive attitude. God damn it. They push the positive attitude so you won't think about how miserable life can be sometimes. I'm not saying give up on your positive attitude and just be boohoo and sad and everything. A lot of times a positive attitude helps. A lot of times a positive attitude manifests into success. You know, we pick our spots with that. But sometimes when life is miserable, we need a more. We need more for those of us who have the courage to say this. Sometimes we need more than just prayer. And I mean patience. I mean patience is a virtue. And you've heard this said before. KS has said this: faith without works is dead. You can't just pray and wait around or feel like you're entitled to some. This is for anyone. And that little think of this at the end of days. That remark, you know, I don't know. I'm more of a literal person. I don't have to say read into it like everyone else. Like, oh, he said it was the end. Oh, it's gonna be the end of the world. Oh, gloom and doom because the existence of Kevin Samuels. Nah, nah, it's the end of his world. I mean, more and more people are starting to wake up. Then Creflo went on to start talking about how, I could start doing this little sermon on how kids are starting to disrespecting their parents. And in the Bible, it says that kids who disrespect their parents were punished viciously. They were stoned. They were whipped with 20, 30 lashes, whatever. Um, you know, so, well, I mean, I'm glad everybody doesn't think like me. And I may be like reaching like Plastic Man on this one. Um, but did he in his own little preachy way say, your mama black? I mean, think about it. See, Roger said, his wife might have showed him Kevin Samuels. I'm gonna go ahead and say that, maybe, he does talk to people, probably young women in his congregation. And somebody said, well, he's making me believe that, I'm gonna die alone, blah, blah, blah. And he probably checked out some of the man's videos. So, like I said, little crafty writing, trying to do it in his own little preachy way, take shots. KS is the Antichrist and the Black Manosphere hate their moms. Like, think about the logic of the people who attend a church. Like, the few times I do attend church, and I mean, like, it ain't like I be looking or anything. Shoot, there's some, women with some stripper bodies that's by themselves. I noticed that a few times. The couple times, just be looking around and shit. There's some couples. Some, but it's mostly female. So that part is kind of true. I don't go because, I just kind of question everything now. I had this warped sense of trust. I'm supposed to I'm supposed to stand on my own too. What if I disagree with the guy? Even though he says that his message is from God, I mean, what if I feel as if God told me something different? Then we got a stalemate here. It's too many questions. Like I said, sometimes people need to just be told more than just pray about it. A lot of people aren't drinking the Kool-Aid anymore. Some will fall in my lap. If some does, great. Faith without works is dead. And this is coming from a guy who grew up Catholic, and that kills me whenever I say that. Sometimes black people's minds go, let me say black people, I don't care. Like, I feel like other races ultimately will think I'm below them. I don't care, because you're supposed to put a middle finger up. You're not supposed to take that shit seriously. That's why I hate certain things like, we, you know, white people think of us like, that's why I don't like that kind of thing, because I feel like their minds are already made up. How about how black people feel about each other? Why don't, people like him preach about that? Telling people the truth for real. Because a lot of these preachers used to be about that life when they first come in. And then they sink into what the congregation wants, and the congregation is mostly female. It's a honeypot. The more he speaks on their behalf, the more money he gets. We have a YouTuber that has figured that out. He preaches hatred against black men. He has a large audience. And as long as he keeps preaching that, they will continue to watch him and give him money. I even said it myself about this YouTuber. I said, hey, he better keep it up. More power to him. I don't think he's authentic. I just don't. I don't think he's being authentic at all. His brain sounds like a bag of cats with boxing gloves on an old slick floor. It just makes no fucking sense. But hey, it financially works. And you can't hate a brother for that. I told another brother that kind of hates on the black manosphere. He has a very successful business going. I said, hey, you know what? I support that black business stuff. Even if you don't support black men, I do. All we're saying is tell people the truth. A doctrine that is supposed to be built on honesty isn't. It doesn't seem that way. It doesn't. And sooner or later, you're going to have to tell people the truth, because, see, the further and further you get away from, when that doctrine was strong, basically in the 60s and the 70s, how people are going to be thinking in 2030 or 2040 or 2050. People's minds are just all over the place right now. I mean, and it's not in a good way. And I think all of it is birthed from the fact that we just haven't been telling people the truth. KS has been telling people the truth, and that is fucking up everybody's programming. See, Creflo Dollar represents the original programming. KS promotes a new kind. Hey, hey, hold on one second. Hold on. Sorry about that, people. Like I said, all of that crap that we're going through right now is birthed from the fact that nobody is being honest with anyone. When you are brutally honest with people, people have a bad reaction to it. People would rather be told what they want to hear. And I think the church is guilty of that. The church would have been stronger if church would have been started telling people the truth, telling men the truth, telling women the truth, instead of trying to make a profit. And y'all see the results. These mega church preachers, and I'm not saying you should be jealous of it, but they are multimillionaires on your backs. They have played the same capitalism game that every other massive corporation has played. And I'm not saying capitalism is a bad thing, and there's many facets to capitalism. But church, they're selling you the fact that, hey, you know what? All you got to do is put your hands together and you'll be okay. No minimal effort has to be made by you to change. Hopefully, I have the strength. I ain't never like that. I've never like, let me tell you the truth. Let me be brutally honest. I've never liked that. Give me the strength not to do something rash and stupid when all of that can be decided in a simple decision. The hell is wrong with some of y'all? Please help me not act like a nigga. Come on now. Some things common sense can help. You ain't got to pray about that. You can just decide to act like a rash, calm person. I'm sorry. There's a lot of you that are not going to appreciate this rant. I'm not making fun of your belief. Like I said, there's a higher, there's a higher being, there's a higher purpose, and the existence of humanity proves that. It does. But but there's some massive representatives out there that has profited off the foolishness of people and has done massive damage. It has. I've never understood somebody who can go to church Sunday. What is it? You can be a good person. It's supposed to, I don't get it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. It's supposed to make you a good person. You're supposed to walk as quote unquote as God walked, as Jesus walked. Treat everyone with the same respect that you would like to be treated. Not having a messed up attitude everywhere you go. You can have an attitude, but let's take that in the literal sense. You can have a good attitude. You can have a fun attitude. You can have a great attitude. You can have a hot attitude. You can have a witty attitude. When we hear the word attitude, it's always in the negative. So yeah, so it always when you say attitude, at least explain the context. But what? See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Why can't a regular, hardworking, heterosexual black family man tell you stuff like this? Don't have an attitude. Be positive. Walk with strength, not with angst. Why can't we just say that? Why do we have to be a mega church preacher in order to tell our women that? And megachurch preachers don't do that. But the messages are loud and clear. See, here's what those guys don't anticipate or pretend not to anticipate: reality. Cause see, the simple fact is, ain't no man here to understand why he has to be a pushover in the name of our Lord. Meaning that the way that he deals with the disrespect and the way that society views him is to pray about it. Not anything forward thinking, not any forward motion. Hell, if you had that much reach and that much influence, why are you not promoting the businesses? Why are you not providing funding for those businesses to work? Since you make so much money, why not build a community center or two or three or four instead of talking about a jet? But I don't know what I'm talking about. He's probably got money all over this place. Maybe I need to research his philanthropy. But he ain't the only one out there. What I'm saying is, why not just tell people the truth? I'm not talking about the smaller church setups, the ones that actually have the family love environment. You get that from some smaller churches. But when you get to have that much reach, you have a responsibility to let you know what's up. Now let's talk about what he said. He said that why would someone call in, just to be insulted? Is it that bad? Are you that desperate for the truth? I was like, wow. He admitted it right there. Mr. Dollar admitted it. Or have you become that desperate for the truth? He admitted it was the truth. Why would you put up with someone insulting you? Hey, ask about the logic of these various YouTube channels that expect black men to put up with the insults. You know, why would you put up with someone to insult you? You know why a lot of them will put up with being insulted? And whether it's the truth or not, the truth can be insulting. There is a saying, the truth hurts. I mean, they come to him with a general insulting of intelligence. I mean, a lot of you watch his broadcast and watch those women call in. A lot of them do it just for attention. He's there to help, but they do it for attention. That's insulting of intelligence right there. Kind of like an American Idol. People know they're going to go on there and they know damn well they're not going to get to round two. And they don't. But they did it for attention. I don't doubt that. I don't think KS is paying these people to be here. I mean, I know people were saying that, but that was pretty much a reach. People are just like ill with that shit. But anyway, so what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Is Mr. Dollar afraid that the well's going to dry up because people are going to wake up to the truth? I have a solution. Why don't you just start telling people the truth? Give it to him raw. The ultimate. He's supposed to be, and yes, this is supposed to be an elevated position in spirituality. He's supposed to represent the ultimate truth. Believe me, black men know what that's like. We know what it's like for people to quote fingers. Shout out to Black in Effect. We know what it's like to hear the truth. The truth. I'm telling you the truth. That's all they say. It's the truth. The truth hurts. For some of us, at least. It's as simple as coming to a realization. I don't watch Mr. Dollar. I don't. Like I said, I haven't really routinely gone to church since 2012. I wasn't real good with it before then. I started, I started playing in the brass ensemble at my church for like 2, 3 years. That was fun. I was a trumpet player growing up. I marched in the band. After that, just hadn't really gone on a regular basis. I mean, I've lost some people since then, so I've been in the church that way. Like I said, the few times I've gone on occasion, far and few between, few and far between, whatever. Shit. But I'm always wanting to question. I'm not scared to ask a lot of questions, and a lot of people, a lot of people that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. And I'm not here to question your beliefs. That's purely psychological. If you break someone's beliefs, they could snap. That's just how it is. The possibility of nothing after you die. That's what I'm saying. You can exist while you're here. You can make the best of it while you're here. We need to be encouraging people to do that. If there's a hereafter, great. Shoot. I would like to go further and learn about this universe past this planet. Seriously. But if we're being lied to in any way, then it doesn't help that. It doesn't help that doctrine. It doesn't help that truth. It doesn't help the true meaning of what it is to worship and live right and live correct. Very dangerous in someone's hands like that, because if he's ultimately a fraud, if it's proven in any way, then that's going to crush a lot of people. But I'm not attacking the man. It's just that if life has taught me anything, is to see what is in front of me. So anyway, let's see who's in the chat. See who's in the chat. See who's in the chat. All right. This is the part that I go through the chat. Toya the Tutor, first one here. Masculinity. I'm just gonna say BMBBH. Salute BMBBH. Isaac McQueen. What? masculinity. His church doctrine involves the flock showing W-2s so they can tithe. He had a love offering called to fund him buying a Learjet to add to his private plane collection. Okay, let me put it to you like this about the jet thing, the G6. Although it looks funny to me too, you have to treat that like, his congregation, like him and the congregation are dating and he's finessing them. Whatever they handed over for him to get that jet, that is their fault. More power to them. I hope they feel good about the decision. Hey, but the general consensus of thought doesn't make much sense. But I'm just trying to get everyone to see it another way because hey, if you it like, and I think about this too. If any of us can get in front of people and just talk and make money off of it, millions, I think we would choose that. I think we would. See, in a way, both KS and Mr. Dollar are helping. Even if Mr. Dollar is spreading false doctrine, it has kept someone from going over the edge. Glass half full. Let's do the glass half full thing. We don't know how many people he has talked to and he has actually touched and has made a tangible difference. We don't know the people that maybe he helped financially as well. It's kind of high time that, like I would say, we stop knocking each other down. Mr. Dollar isn't perfect. And I know I kind of twisted his name up in the title, which I just thought was funny. Like I said, if your last name is Dollar, you're going to be an easy target. And yes, that mugshot is all over the place. So what? But just like a lot of the KS people who support KS, the Black Manosphere, his fans, even his stands who were in the comment section of that video that Roger pointed me to, even with that, he's helped people. We want we if we want people to look at KS as someone who's helping, you know, we can't sit there and just be like, and I don't think that many have been on the attack on Mr. Dollar anyway. So thanking black men for being kind of mature on that. But here's what Mr. Dollar and this. Let me get to the other part of this little thing. Mr. Dollar has helped the rise of the Black Manosphere. Such a prominent figure coming down from Mount Olympus of, I guess, fame, the Mount Olympus of fame or whatever, of religious fame. But come down and say something about a guy on YouTube who, in turn, distributes the talking points from many of the guys in this space, along with his extensive knowledge to the masses of people. I mean, he has 1 million followers on Instagram and over 1 million subs on YouTube. He has a lot of reach. Trust me, when you tell people the truth, when you're direct with people, you break up programming. And a lot of people, a lot of mindsets, when you start to break programming, it's seen as a threat. See, it ain't all about KS when it comes to this. It's about the epicenter. The epicenter of this thought process, the black manosphere, where many of these, like I said, many of these talking points come from. There's tons of valuable information here. Tons. A lot of guys have much bigger followings than others. And there's some variety to that as well. It ain't all about tackling the relationship dynamic. It ain't all about telling people how to make money. It's some entertainment stuff too. Hell, the habitual line steppers, we got a channel called the Black Dimension. So for those of you watching who aren't subscribed to that channel, we have I have a few broadcasts in our community tab. In my community tab. So check out my community tab, look for the channel The Black Dimension, and hit that subscribe button. But the message is for, black men to have a space that we can share our thoughts, our ideas, our experiences, some of our problems, so we can find solutions. Because it's pretty obvious that with the place that we can't do that is the church. We have to do it in a subjugating kind of way when it comes to the church, though. We have to get on their program. Can't do what really, really, really needs to be done. Like I said, a doctrine birthed from truth should be able to welcome this kind of thought, but it doesn't because it's not profitable. That's one of the factors. Can't say that all, let's go into the neck salt fallacy. But many of which are like that. And I've seen some crazies. I've heard some crazies. But just because I think they're crazy doesn't mean the next man does. But anyway, let's okay. Let me drop that link. Damn, Rogish, what's going on? Rogish, Raven Knight. I'm still in a state of shock at how that non-mom got 231K in GoFundMe. That's a heist next to 600 million Bitcoin. World honor and integrity dies by the. Yep, does. Truth. It's like that. Girl lied. Yeah, but we're gonna talk about her on Monday. I'm sure that. I'm sure that people will come up tonight and talk about Dasha Kelly. Dasha Kelly is also the name of a public figure. I found that out, but that's my Monday broadcast. So I'll be here Monday. Lying is a woman's privilege. Mm, that's what I don't understand. How can somebody go to church and lie? Lie in a hiccup. What church teaches that? teaches people to be this dishonest with no integrity. All right, now I just brought in someone who obviously has a lot to say. Yeah, I can already see it in your comments down there. Yeah, you typed up three or four of them quick. So what's going
Peace
on,
to the week.
Roach?
Peace to the weekend warrior. Long live the habitual line steppers. What's good, fam?
Long live.
Yes,
And
sir.
shout out to the Roger Report.
Respect.
Uh, yeah, he said the most important phrase once I find this comment. Well, I tell you, man, y'all keep this chat live, man. I appreciate that. Oh my God.
You know what?
There we go.
Yeah. There is. All right. So formerly of the we'll say the Black Power sector, right? All right. So, but me and my homies used to have talks, and the whole aspect of you gain knowledge in the search of knowledge for self, saying, understanding history, and want to do service for one's community and all that. But there's one thing that Dr. Mwalimu Baruti speaks of, back in the day, the whole aspect of being a warrior, how appealing it was to the people to, to come before one. You get revered, admired, all that good positivity thrown onto you. And so in that, you also have to maintain a certain type of respectability towards the light that you give out. So as to avoid ego or greed or shit like that, right? And we used to always say, you know what, we could really be preachers because, most of us come from the black church. You understand the Bible, if you're rooted within understanding, really want to try to understand what people say is God at that time. You get real deep into it, but you also understand that you're dealing with people's spirits and how they navigate their spirits, and that's something that's a lot more precious than just merely being able to give information and then receive compensation for it, because you're dealing with the whole aspect of somebody's soul. So that's why we say, you know what, yeah, we really couldn't do it, because then if you do deal with the church or church style, you have to lie to the people. You can't tell them the truth. Um, because if you do tell them the truth, one, that's what the whole Bible is against, right? And that why the God of the Bible was mad at the serpent. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, you told these motherfuckers the truth. I want them to stay divinely ignorant, if you will. And you just mentioned earlier with Creflo, he told them, well, you want to know the truth that bad? You want to know the truth that bad to where you will get disrespected? To me, in the Christian pantheon, he's moving right along the vein of the God that they speak of, because it didn't want the women to get the truth. Or inadvertently, maybe he told them, keep taking these lies that I'm giving you, as opposed to that harsh truth that you're going to get. Come get these very, very pleasant and comfortable lies. And as you do so, give me $5 here and there.
It worked for Mr. Sharpton, didn't it?
I mean, but
He
that's the
was he was able
thing.
to ascend to political prominence because of his let's tell them what they want to hear doctrine.
But that's the thing. That's usually what black people want, though. They want to hear what they want to hear, not what they need to hear. Because once you start telling them what they need to hear, then again, we talking about whole aspect of church. A lot of it is vicarious atonement. All you got to do is believe. You ain't really got to do no works. Well, you're supposed to do works, but the way that they teach it, eh, belief is enough. When the one
Yeah.
that they worship tell you belief without action, faith without action is death. But you don't never hear no preacher talk about that one. But they'll tell your ass that they do need, what I'm saying, a $20 million jet or some shit.
To why I have faith that y'all will give me this money that I need.
Ain't that a bitch?
You know, but I've heard I've heard preachers preach prosperity, and I hear people give testimonials. Like many people would say that when I tithe, that I do get the money back. Things in my life happen, and just they'll get like a stimulus check or some shit like that. Or out of nowhere. I didn't know I was getting this, but I typed yesterday and I told myself I hold the faith and
Hey, I would believe all that shit if we weren't in the motherfucking United States, man. If we weren't here and in another country, okay, cool. But the way that they started this bitch off, I mean, these are motherfuckers where most black people got their perspective of God from. So I'm talking, Black America, Foundation of Black Americans and shit. So it's like, all right, wait a minute. Can it's a question that I always ask black people that they never really want to answer is yes, the people who brought you this shit do believe in God, but the way that they acted towards you, what the fuck made you think that their God is your God? What made you want that God? How did you not see their God as a devil, as evil as these motherfuckers was? And not just the black people, shit. It took black people was the was the third. First it was themselves, then it was the engines, then it was. I mean, remember, you read in the dictionary, look up an old dead animal. It ain't dead just because it died out. It was dead due to extinction, hunted into extinction. Who the only fucking people that ever hunted anything into extinction? And these motherfuckers gonna tell you about God and religion and spirituality, and people just eat that shit up. Oh, okay, yeah, I believe it. Ain't that a bitch? And I know I'm ruffling some feathers in here, but hey, man, fuck y'all. That church been some bullshit for a long motherfucking time. You know what I'm talking about?
wow.
Brutally
Yeah,
honest.
yeah. Miss yeah, that was pretty brutal. I'll say that. Uh yeah, but it I can't condemn the questioning. I mean, you're asking people to, I don't know, believe something that possibly isn't there instead of telling them to take some forward motion. It's going to take more than, like I said, it takes more than putting your hands together. Now, if that motivates you, like a pep talk, so to speak, like because pep talks can motivate people too,
Right.
and that's getting something out of it. But
Yeah.
thinking that this presents entitlements, you're misleading the people. Like I said, if you got that much outreach, why aren't you telling people the truth? This man doesn't have outreach just in his church. This man got TV deals.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
So
global. He's
yeah,
he's he's, he's global.
he got the jet. He be flying all over this mug.
G5, G6, G8 and shit,
Like I
right?
said, he said, "My name is Mr. Dollar. Let me tell you something. Let's keep the money in your community." I said, "Keep the money in your community." And this government don't like you, so
And bring
time
it
for
to
you to
me when I
fortify.
visit.
When you never hear a preacher say that. Time for you to fortify to protect
Mm-mm.
your wife and your children.
You'll never see a mega church in a mega community. Never.
Yeah,
Texas
yeah,
is full of them, and you don't never see no motherfucking mega communities around these mega churches. This shit always look hood, or if not hood, definitely not on the same level of majesty as the church.
yeah. And that would be an ideal community. I mean, if that's what they say that they're striving and reaching for, slapping in the middle of a bunch of black neighborhoods,
Yeah, yeah.
and then just make sure everyone prospers around you.
But yo, but even if it is selling the dream, okay, even if it is selling the dream, I ain't got no problem with that. The thing is, the motherfuckers that's presented is supposed to be of a certain type of integrity. And
Mm,
if that's not if it if that integrity is not integral, then what the fuck? You're either going to judge the doctrine or you're going to judge the people. At first, you start out judging the people. We all start out judging the people when we're younger, especially those of us who came
yeah,
up late 70s and all through the 80s and shit. There's a lot of shit that the black church should have to fucking answer for. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
when it comes to certain elements of our reality, certain detriment, social detriments of our reality.
Let me ask you a question. Did we depart something that was much greater and intended for us to follow people like Mr. Dollar and some of us, because my great grandmother, I mean, she died when I was like 7, but I remember her specifically, Pat Robertson and Kenneth Copeland.
Right.
you know,
Right.
Kenneth Copeland looking crazy these days. I mean, he's also crazy rich.
Facts.
I mean, good God. I mean, when COVID hit, that man wanted people to come to church, back to church so bad. But shoot, like, did we give up something greater? I think we did. I think
Yeah.
we did. And did we give it up, or was it just cut off? Which should we blame it being cut off from us?
Uh, well, okay. In a way, you could say it was cut off because social conditioning does play a part, and in Black culture, there's been a legacy of what I'm saying slavish attachment to the church. What I'm saying a lot of people believe that they go to church because they believe they're supposed to go, as opposed to having an intrinsic desire to be there, to what I'm saying to understand the doctrines and actually become rooted in the discipline that they'll say that they're Christ brought. But that don't seem to be the case. They seem to be, Black people are a messianic people. And so, saying they need a motherfucker to praise besides self, or need a motherfucker to be the symbol of, saying God or something revered or whatever. Ain't nothing wrong with elite, but the thing is you should always be able to see that potential within as well. And that's one thing that the church don't do. If you notice that it's always they talking about get closer to God, get closer to God. I'm pretty sure that doctrine came, 500 years back, whatever. Oh, you'll get closer to God while doing this, as opposed to understanding that if God is all and God is all, is all around, then there's no aspect. Closer is an oxymoron. There's no aspect of closer to that which is the infinite and omnipresent. How the fuck they gonna be omnipresent and at the same time you got it away from you? The fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that Black people don't want to look at their history. And in that history is some slavery. Okay, so you just gotta ask yourself, how the fuck would slaves receive this shit? But Black people don't like to use that. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's scary for them. It's like, nah, just okay. If you want to say we don't come from slavery, I get it. But okay, let's just say hypothetically, motherfucker, how the fuck would a slave absorb the conditions of being given the religion and the doctrine within the society that they're in? It's like none of that shit fucking means nothing to Black people when they go to a church. It's just, oh, okay. It's just church and everything is all good. Fuck out of here.
Well, like I said, I don't condemn the questioning. I don't condemn the questioning because it really is been used to make us appreciate a situation, excuse me, that
Good word
we
for it.
probably didn't deserve.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, shoot, who wants to take wanting less or having less or being less? Because all you have to do is just look up in the sky and say, that person down there, that person up there looking down on me.
With them huge sandals on, I heard niggas say that shit.
with,
Man, you know
with those
how
golden
large.
locks.
Hold
He
up.
up there looking down on me.
Hold up. From a golden throne walking on pearl floors. It's like, what's all this human value in a so-called, what I'm saying, upper echelon of spiritual living? Okay,
Yeah,
what
yeah. What? Why not preach? And I use that term very loosely. Why not preach being your better self?
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Imp, what's going on? You haven't said a
Nothing
word.
much. Hey, what's going on, panel? I've just been observing.
Peace, fam. Nice cat, man. Nice cat.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, I wonder if people gonna realize the symbolism I'm doing in this picture here.
What?
I don't
What?
want to say
Holy.
too much.
Kitten heels? Are you trying to say that shit? Because a lot of people be saying kitten heels.
No, I'm not even sure what that term is. Kitten heels. You got to explain that to me. I was thinking
Uh,
of different type of symbolism though, but
uh, uh, a movement that really dislikes Kevin Samuels uses the term kitten heels to take swipes at him. But kitten heels is I think they're a brand of shoe actually, and
get the fuck out of here.
yeah, yeah,
Wow.
and I mean like it's kitten is a very effeminate term. I mean whether it's a male kitten or a female kitten, no matter how you slice it. But shoot, I mean it's whatever. I mean I don't know what they are. I don't go around looking for stuff like that. But it was funny because you had a kitten in your profile pic. But I mean, kittens are cool little animals. They are.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much. I wanted to see if people were gonna figure this one out.
What was it?
Pussy in the lap.
It's no, dog. I wasn't even thinking like that.
She lives in my lap. Is that what it is?
uh, all right. Well, we got the Roger report.
Shout out the right man.
What's going on?
God has smiled on me. He's been good to me. Yeah, I know all of those stuff, y'all. Favorite gospel artist is John P. Key. After him, it would be Donald Lawrence. Uh, I liked a lot of what Rance Allen was doing before he passed away. I'm just throwing that out there to say, yeah, I haven't been to church once or twice before. So, man, when it come down to it, bruh, now I'm a person. I'm a Bible believer. It just is what it is. That's a book that I choose to believe. Because we all get to a certain we get to a certain place, and science can't tell you what is and what isn't anymore. You can believe in a scientific theory that cannot be proven. There's things people present information say these things are millions of years old. No one was here a million years ago to tell you if that was count was accurate or not. We have to believe something at some point. Now, what I'm gonna believe is you're not supposed to judge a man's heart according to the Bible, but you can judge his actions. I'm not a person who listens to Creflo Dollar on a regular basis. I have heard him before in passing. I've caught him on television years ago, and I've heard some of the stuff he said, and I was like, okay, that sounds cool, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I kept on moving about my day. Now, what I'm going to say is the issue is that once you start pointing, if he's gonna start pointing fingers, ooh, bro, you got enough money to have some questions answered.
Facts.
That's your situation. You got enough money to have some questions answered. With all the things that need to happen for black folks, and I mean, I ain't looking up to see if it's true or not, but somebody mentioned the other day that he getting like 27 million off the church or whatever. I didn't look to see if it's true because it ain't that serious to me. But if you got that type of bread coming in, that type of bread, ooh, according to the Bible, you supposed to be putting some help out there to the people. It ain't just for the church to sit on top of. The money is supposed to help God himself. The church is supposed to be part of God. You know what I'm saying? Meaning the actual members of the organization, not the people who come to a building, because technically that's a temple. The church is supposed to actually be the people. So if you ain't out here trying to help the people learn, create businesses, help them get jobs, create programs. Because there is a certain part of charity you're supposed to do, but there's also a certain part of teaching people how to do things so they don't have to have their hands out as well. And I don't know what he's doing.
That's part of the doctrine.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know what he's doing because I ain't, like I said, I ain't finna start running through his books and all that. But if you start pointing at other people, somebody gonna start asking you some questions about this book you supposedly read from and how much work you're doing. Because when you get money at that level, bro, we should be able to see something. So maybe he is doing something. I don't know. I'm not finna. I'm not the IRS, so I'm not finna like dig through his stuff like that. Matter of fact, I probably Google a thing or two since we on this particular show with on this particular subject. But bro, I just hope you doing something. If you're gonna start pointing fingers at somebody else, because we can't judge your heart, we can judge your actions. The Bible say you can tell a tree by the fruit it bears, and that's referring to people's actions. And if you got that type of bread, bro, it better be some actions in place.
But wait, based off of those actions, then the next sub level or the next micro of it would have to be the heart or the mind. Okay,
I'm
okay.
not,
So the actions, then the
I'm not
mind,
touching
then
that
the
because
heart,
God
then the
said don't
spirit.
touch that. That's for him. So I
Right,
ain't
right,
touching that. I'm
right.
just
Now,
gonna look at the actions.
right. I get it. In an aspect of the Christian pantheon. But for those of us who ain't, then we gotta go. We, you know what I mean, we gotta go a little bit. We are permitted to go a little bit deeper. You know what I'm talking about? and this is one thing that a lot of people forget in the pantheon of mind and linking with spirits. There is a linking there. So as one, as one thinks, actually that's the resonance that the spirit is taking on, because we people say psychology and they think mind and everything, but that was I guess you could say a regulated perspective that was fed to the European because they couldn't understand the overt spiritual aspect that they was trying to learn back in the biblical days when they was, what I'm saying, being permitted within Kemet and all them other places of learning and worship, the universities, if you will. You know what I mean? So we think that we're speaking of thinking and mind thought, when actually you're actually seeing the motherfucker's spirit. And people don't like to think it to be just that grossly observant or the phenomena, but it actually is. And okay, so let's take this. Okay, so I used to hate preachers. I used to really hate some fucking preachers. I thought all of them was fucking liars and all that shit, right? But then I had a client back when I was about 27. She's about 84 years old. Her granddad was a preacher back in the 30s. And she told me that, he took on runs and stuff, going around the houses, praying and shit, doing what, Bertie Mac character was doing in Friday, because that's what the women wanted. Y'all have no idea how much money, how much pussy is actually thrown at a preacher. Ask Martin Luther King. You know what I mean? But she said that he told her that at the end of those services, they would be shaking hands. When everybody shake hands at the end of the church and everything. Oh, you preach good today, Pastor. Put money in his palm as they shaking his hand. You know what I'm saying? So at first she said that he didn't want to accept it, but eventually he had to, or else they were going to fuck up the entirety of the flock. So again, I said that I used to hate preachers till I understood. I used to hate pastors till I understood that the sheep was in the masses, giving away pussy and free cash, and ain't nobody supposed to grab it. I mean, you know what I mean? So there is an onus of accountability on the people. Just like they say, the ignorance of the law is no excuse for not knowing the law. Same thing as in your fucking spiritual doctrine that you're supposed to be leading your life by.
Yeah. And well, that's what I say. I don't know what he's doing because I ain't in Atlanta. I ain't been digging in this church business, but once you start pointing them fingers, that means we can start looking. It's like you didn't get the invitation to start looking at this point. So you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I won't touch the heart part, but if the man bringing in this type of bread, I'm finna go to Google. That's all I'm saying.
Hold up, and it is Atlanta. So I mean, come on, we gotta admit that, what I'm saying, black folks in Atlanta is gonna be a little bit more different than those in, let's say, Wisconsin or some shit.
Yeah, but the point. I mean, the one of the instructions in the Bible is to preach the gospel all over the world, and if you have the power to do that, which I would assume you have a power to get it at least in a few places if you have a jet. Like, I mean, I mean, I don't have a jet. Don't get me wrong. I ain't got no jet. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure I'd be happy if I had jet money, but I don't have jet money yet. It may be coming in the future. I don't have it manifested yet. I'd say it like that.
Okay, but wait. How much accountability can a pastor have under that 501c3?
Man,
Even though we understand what the spiritual is and what religion is, but as far as I've been born, shit, God pales in comparison to white supremacy. White supremacy is motherfucking God over God up in this motherfucker.
well,
Because
well,
everybody will yield when the white supremacy show up. Oh, everybody got a God. Everybody got a motherfucking religion. But when white supremacy say, then do this shit like this, even though you can tell it goes completely against spiritual morale or whatsoever, no matter what doctrine you follow, it's just some flat out crazy, you know what I'm saying, inhuman shit. The whole of the world say, all right, let's do it.
Yeah, I can answer that question.
well, go ahead.
Well, basically, what Creflo Dollar and what myself have figured out years ago is that most people thrive off of attention, and attention in the black community is currency. The thing is, I don't want to do the same thing that Mr. Creflo Dollar is doing. But if push comes to shove and I need to get my weight up, I will be starting to do the same thing Mr. Dollar's doing. But I'm gonna at least teach people something legitimate instead of actually screwing them over. Just saying.
Hey man,
I like
look,
that thought too.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say, you're going by an anonymous name, so they can't ever refer to the broadcast when you do get up there and say, hey, you know what? I love the Lord and I need some rims. oh, oh God.
So in the regard of, all right, so is of the black preachers, is he the one that's getting the most loot? He getting more than
He
James?
must be one of the top guys. He got to be one of the top guys. I know that. Yeah, he is one of the top guys. I
He ain't
can't
getting
say
more
who's
than
getting the most,
Jakes
but he's one
though.
of the top
Shit.
guys.
Jakes is
I
caking
mean,
out here in Texas.
Jakes is one of the top guys though. So he in that circle of top guys. He's in that circle. Trust me. That I
Praise
know.
the Lord. Praise the Lord.
You
Church
know.
tabernacle.
So
Pimp,
now,
pimp,
Nigga that
pimp,
neck.
pimp, pimp, pimp.
I'm not saying he don't do nothing because I do know he go around to different places and preach and things like that. So I know he moves about. A lot of ministers do that. I'm assuming he going to a few more places than others because he got a jet though. You know what I'm saying? So so it's
TD
a little
sex.
bit. So it may be a little bit easier for him to get to certain places here and there.
Oh boy.
So he could be doing a lot of great work. He honestly could be, but man, I mean, when it comes down to it, it's kind of sad that I don't already know what some of it is. But I'm gonna give him privilege out there because I'm gonna say, hey, I'm not from Atlanta, so like maybe if I was Atlanta, I would know about the Creflo Dollars such and such ministry of some kind, or whatever the name of his church is, such and such ministry that did this, or whatever the case is, you know.
Right.
So, maybe he got a soup kitchen out there of some kind, or maybe he building a home for people, or whatever the case is. So that type of stuff is possible. But when you start pointing fingers, though, people gonna start looking at you. So I just hope for his sake that it looks somewhat good, because I don't get where there's a problem anyway. Because I'm gonna say this. I mean, I know I've listened to Kevin Samuels, I've listened to Creflo Dollar. I don't listen to neither one of them religiously. Um, all of us agree on the God part, so I don't even get why there's any real point of contention in the situation, because we all agree on the Bible because none of us wrote it. So I really didn't even get like the that end days thing that he said. I
What he
wouldn't have
said?
necessarily
How
used
do you,
Kevin
what,
Samuels to
what
reference
he,
end days. You
is
know
that
what
what he
I'm saying?
said? He said Kevin saying. I didn't watch the
Well,
whole of the
I don't think I don't believe that the clip that I saw was him necessarily referencing Kevin Samuels attached to the end days. To me, it sounded like he referenced end days, then referenced Kevin Samuels
right.
with a slight separation. But you would have to really be listening to pick that up. So I don't think he did that. But to have it pointed that close together can kind of mess up folk, you know. Um,
I mean, but the fact that he regulate regulate Kevin Samuels to the end days. All right, so the fact that he's there is a sign for the end days, not the fact that all them thousands of women break themselves against his simple standard
I mean, there's a
One
lot
after
of
the other, arrogantly. Like, wait a minute. The sign of the end days ain't the fact that, you know what I'm saying, women is out of pocket as they is. That ain't a sign of the
well,
end. Look, hoes is dancing in motherfucking parks and allowed to just openly hoe in a lot of places. Like, all right, that ain't a sign of the end days. It's Kevin
there are
Samuels calling these bitches into a certain kind of accountability when they trying to holler at a millionaire and want to get choosed.
Well, there are multiple signs of end days, and those signs, the ones I know about, are already coming true. You know what I'm saying? I'll say that, and then I go back to check certain stuff myself. See, is this like pre-rapture? Or is this supposed to be post-rapture? Because there's stuff that's happening, and the thing is the world will have the mindset like it had in Noah's time. They say the world would be just like in the age of Noah. In the age of Noah, sin was constantly on people's mind. Are we not getting to a place where sin is constantly on people's mind?
I think we've been there though, cause dude,
I mean, we got some
dude,
folks holding out, but
when crack came, I thought that was the end right there. Cause I ain't never seen black people at such a state. I'm thinking, you know what, this gotta be the fucking end days because this motherfucker getting killed every single week.
Well, I mean, crack though is just one substance that people abuse, but what I'm looking at is that because
The
I
way that it
mean
hit
they
the black
say,
community, you had to doubt that there was a fucking God, especially at the
well,
time being a child.
well
I was,
end days though.
Go ahead.
Well, end days encompasses the whole world, and my thing is like, is the whole world headed toward those times where you would think it'd be like the time of Noah, where sin was on everybody's mind constantly. So, from a world perspective, do I believe that we're headed to those times? Oh, I believe we do. I believe the internet gonna actually help us get there too.
Hey, Skynet is aware.
Well, I'm saying, you get people to once you get people to a comfortable enough state where they can't have idle times. What are they gonna do with that? If you make perversion a preference, and you know what I'm saying, and there's a lot of things that are being pushed nowadays that the Bible would not remark as a good thing, that people are trying to make you very comfortable with. So we might begin to, I mean, I don't think we're at that point yet, but I mean, it may take a little bit
Really?
longer to go. Maybe the next 100 years. I mean, everybody ain't got the internet over the world. So you look at it from an American perspective. I get you, but there's places in the world where it's not even civilized yet. As we look at civilizations, they ain't got the
Right, but
internet
what do you
yet.
think the
Them
world
jokes ain't.
tries to follow? The world tries. If you notice, when the new definition of something within reality is presented to the world, usually where the fuck is it coming from, and where are people accepting it from? It's here. These motherfuckers.
No. I mean, I get that, but but that's why we still have a
Pluto is
separation
no
of.
longer a planet. Now, there was some scientists that said that what country were they from? And then everybody said, all right, well, fuck it. We'll just go along with that. The whole world just agreed on it, and then it was stamped in some whatever. No, these arrogant fucks over here took it upon themselves to declare such.
Hey, what will Creflo Dollar say about Pluto? Is that Pluto's not a planet. It's just a big piece of ice that God uses to ice his drink down, and then he puts it back. That's amazing.
A little
The
sprinkle of
Lord.
Jupiter with it.
No, but like I said, I wouldn't make fun. But check out some of these books, man. Look, this is he's seen that wrote a lot of books. It maybe this is one of the straw man arguments that people use every time they was like, "Where's all this money coming from?" He wrote some books, damn it. So, all right, let's look at some of these book titles. Overcoming Fear, 2014. I was like, damn, you might need to visit your boy. Didn't he write a book saying you're overcoming fear?
Then
Say your boy C Boogie. I mean, but like I'm just saying similarities. Eight steps to create the life you want. I wonder is one of those steps become a mega church preacher.
Oh,
Learn the word like I did, young, and you can get it.
Yeah. Let's look at another one. You're supposed to be wealthy.
Ain't that a bitch?
Like, damn. Like, how long has Creflo Dollar been a preacher? Like, has this been like
I heard
15, 20 years maybe?
I
It's
heard
been a
he was a
long time. I
policeman
know that it's
before.
been a long time.
I mean,
But
well,
I will say there is scripture in the Bible that said that God did give you the ability to gain wealth. That isn't actually in the Bible. Now, will most people figure out what that thing is for themselves? Not necessarily, but it is in there. But it does also say it's hard for a rich man to get to heaven. It does also say that. So
So yeah, so but that's the thing. So as a preacher, you everything that occurs with the preacher is supposed to occur, right? That's how it's supposed to be. But the distribution of the blessings are supposed to be a little bit more even. You don't collect the wealth of the community to hoard it. No, you collect it and then you use it where it's needed in the community so that it can eventually enrich itself. Again, Nipsey Hussle. Everybody, look, you were saying that he may have Creflo may have, soup kitchens or some shit somewhere, right? Look, even what I'm saying, the dope dealers from the past gave out turkeys, shoes and backpacks and shit. Everybody gonna do some philanthropy. You have to, what I'm saying, give back, because if you don't, everything go to shit. But look what Nip did. Nip donated motherfucking computer labs. That's something that would definitely continue to give, right? All they would have to do is create things within these communities that continue to give to the people who obviously ain't fucking got. Because you can just look around and see, what I'm saying, that the people ain't got. But also you got to come to understanding of how they come to understand the doctrine, because the hood is full of churches. And none of these motherfuckers can get on the same accord, and they have every other block it'll be one, every 3 blocks it'll be one. And we done all seen that shit somewhere. And it's
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me, and I'm glad you said that, Rogish, because Alonzo Hall, the All Star Advisor,
yeah.
he has a channel. He was actually in my Facebook group, and he did a live. And he was walking around the neighborhood. He was like, "There's not enough black businesses," but it was like church, skip empty building, church, then another church. It was just churches all over the place, but no black businesses, and that was the point that he was trying to push. So that does happen. Uh, so let's see. Look at a couple of more of these book titles. Real Manhood. Uh-oh. Did Creflo Dollar try this Manosphere thing before we did? Before anybody did? No, wait a minute. No, that would be no, that would be 1.0 as people call them. Then it was Creflo Dollar.
he beat me to the game. He beat me to the game.
Yeah.
Yo,
I
but check it
wasn't up
out.
in 2014.
Look at Live Without Fear 2006 and Overcoming Fear 2014. So I guess motherfucker, you found a motherfuckers can live without fear. So
8 years and they still fearing. So let me just
oh shit. Let's see if another fear title comes up.
see God versus religion. Well, I could see that. I've heard that discussion before.
Yeah,
In the
I'm
presence
gonna
of God, which means that that's everywhere you go.
looking in the mirror. Cool.
Even if you want your most intimate moments, like using a bathroom. Not Guilty by O.J. Simpson. Now wait a minute.
Total life prosperity. Oh God.
Total life prosperity.
Claim your victory today with this prayer cloth that we'll send to you.
But you know what though? No, you know what though? But you know what though? It's like waking up, to see another day. That's supposed to be a victory. So you claim that victory. I mean,
I hate that shit. That shit is so fucking slavish, and I hate the fact that black people continue. Nigga, I'm in Texas. You know how many times I hear niggas saying that shit? Oh, I woke up. What the fuck you gonna do with your awareness, then, motherfucker? That's so fucking slavish.
What
I
did
could
this
have died. What
gentleman?
if you died? Then all right, that's it. You ain't gonna feel it.
What did this here, gentlemen? I wanted to see what the name of his church was, and the story popped right up. Oh well, you know what? It's actually from 2015. Say he stopped asking for money for the jet. So I don't know. Did he ever get the jet? Well, did the jet happen? Because this say he stopped. It just say he stopped asking for the jet. That don't mean he ain't got the jet. And it's from 2015. That's why you
Look,
got to
see,
be detail oriented. So he might still have that jet.
check and see what his international itinerary is. And see if the motherfucker to use he used it. Maybe he done been over to Africa telling them some bullshit like the other motherfuckers is. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I mean you could take commercial though. You still can take commercial and get over there.
But notice it's another fearful title. Scroll down a little bit, Kev. 2006, 2000, 2014. Oh, okay. There was one between 2014, 26. The Fearless Life. So the first one was what? Learning, what was 2006? Look like there's steps to it. All right, Dollar. A little.
Shout out, shout out to Sir Ism, the Macospheres in the chat.
The Manosphere.
Yeah, what's going
Very,
on?
very interesting. Why the fuck I ain't over there?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, sometimes people get the great ideas faster than others. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, he snapped on to that one quick. I mean, shit, and like Sir Islam, Creflo Dollar early on in his life snagged on some great ideas for himself. I mean,
So the Fearless Life. Put show more. How many you got?
1999, total life prosperity.
This nigga got more books than
Well, he
Brother
partied like
Polite.
it was 1999. Like it's like yeah,
I
it's like
wonder how long them books is.
but people in the chat said that he's been preaching for like 35 years.
All right, so
That's enough time to get a jet.
No, for real, like because I think
yeah. I mean, when you making that kind of loot in Atlanta of
I'm
all
saying, but
places,
you started 35 years ago. It's okay to see some
yeah.
progress.
I mean, he was there when it was just the small freak Nick, and now I didn't grew into the full motherfucking Sodom and Gomorrah out that bitch.
And 35 years ago, they probably only had some paper planes at that point.
Yeah, the Cessna.
hey
Well, I mean,
man,
I don't even know
hey
if he got the jet, but I got to see.
yeah, hey, I was thinking about this, and this probably would be super wrong. But remember that movie Reading Crashers?
Yeah.
If all
Mhm.
those women are going to them church like that, why don't y'all do something called Church Crashers?
Mm.
I mean, if I was in Atlanta, I would actually go up there. You know what I'm saying? I'd make some time just to go see what was cracking. But that's just me though.
Yeah.
I mean, how wrong is that supposed to be though? Since we talking about church here.
I mean, but the thing is, how would you crash it? What, Jesus style, coming in that motherfucker, flipping
Come
tables
as you
and
are.
telling the motherfuckers, look, your money grabbing is too much. What you doing in my father's house with this
What,
bullshit?
well, my thing is, see, I don't even want to come at the man because, like I said, I don't listen to him, so I can't really criticize on what he's teaching or whatever the case is. But I'm trying to find out if he got that jet though, and I'm actually trying to see like what his church owns, because a lot of people they don't think about this. There's a separation between the pastor and then what the church owns. So all these books, these seem like Creflo Dollar books. So Creflo Dollar put these books out, which means Creflo Dollar earned the profit off these books, which means none of this profit went to the church itself. So I'm actually
Mm.
looking up what does his church own to see if that'll give me any idea of what type of ministry is being done through that church. Because I'm not looking for Creflo Dollar to do the outreach stuff or whatever the case is. I'm looking his church should be doing it. Because if you're getting big bread like that, that church has the ability to make a lot of good things happen, which would be a good mark of him following God's word.
Okay, but okay, so let's also take into consideration though. Again, there is a historical cultural character to the very society that we're living in, and in the aspect of saying them being the church, they're supposed to be enriching the area that they're in, but U.S. got a problem with black and rich areas. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, are we going to also take into consideration same thing with the NBA players? You know what I'm saying, or any of the celebrities? Why ain't they all got schools, with their name on it? You got some motherfuckers worth $500 million. How much does it cost for a school? You know what I'm saying? Umar say you need
Well,
how much for a bargain of that shit?
What I'm looking at things, and I would have to like really get biblical to see what would be allowed and what wouldn't be allowed. But see, if you were bringing in that type of bread, and you could actually put what's needed in the neighborhood, like if I got a church bringing in millions of dollars, can't I just buy a grocery store and put it in the neighborhood? And if I put that grocery store in the neighborhood, because usually in black areas, people got to go outside the neighborhood to go to a grocery store. So I know that's something that can be used in any black area. Let me just buy a grocery store, put it up, do the construction, all that type of stuff, whatever it's gonna cost you. I don't know. I ain't never built a grocery store, but let's just say a grocery store gonna cost $2 million.
Right.
Can I just get the grocery store, build the grocery store, uh either the church owns the grocery store or we find a person to make it a blessing to, and you give somebody ownership of the grocery store, or you set it up where the people who go to the church can have shares of the grocery store. So maybe the church doesn't necessarily own the grocery store, but because you are a actual member of the grocery store, that you'll be given shares of the grocery store, because this will be providing a service for God's people and
Right.
things like that. I mean, there may be things like that you can do and still do according to what God's words say. Because I mean, you technically could be a blessing and give somebody single ownership of the grocery store. But if something like that were to happen, I would think God would actually tell you something and assign you something. I personally believe God still affects people's lives. I have people in my life that that have a close enough relationship to God where they can hear words. Okay, so God will tell somebody, do this, do that, go over here, get this, go over here, get this. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, you can build certain things that need to be there, put the right people in charge of it, and now you're helping. You have ways to help people be better in business and things like that. Because even if the church held on to ownership of certain things that you put in place, you can employ people who go to the church and employ their friends and family. You can create a new black economy
Well,
if
yeah,
if
but
the
see,
church
but
getting
see,
that type of money.
they can do all that. But the thing is, I think it's time for us to declare that the black church ain't about that. I think there's been enough time of the black church's presence within our reality for us to declare that, you know what, that's just not what it's about. That's exactly what it should do, but that's not what it's about.
Hey, real quick, real quick. Got a Victor McCrae in the chat. What's going on? Thanks for tuning in. He said the too much laughter is a show crasher. My people, life is serious. That is taken into account, Victor McCrae, and I want to put something on the screen just for you. So, do you feel better now? Do you feel better now? So everybody, like, don't laugh, don't laugh. We don't want to crash. Hey, no, I'm just, yeah.
Hey,
Thanks
but
for giving
nah,
me the
Victor,
excuse.
Vic, he talking about my laugh. Look, I understand what my laugh do. I understand what it is, but this ain't because this shit is funny. Some shit is funny, but some of this shit is fucking crazy. And
Man,
all
sometimes.
you can do is laugh at this shit. Where the fuck you think jokers come from? Do you think he laughs because he really thinks stuff is funny? It's not about humor at
Don't
all.
expose Joker to him. Don't expose. If he don't get Joker yet, Rogish. If he
You're
don't get the
busting this shit.
irony of the whole thing, if he don't
Thank you.
understand who Joker is, the other side of Batman, don't explain it to him. See, I just gave you a hint. Anyway,
I ain't never seen I ain't never seen nobody vote before. Shit, like, all right, I get it, man, I get it. So I mean, but this is a part of the show. Shit,
That nigga
you
eyes
should be
look
trying to be
red and
somewhat entertaining and have some fun with this. I mean, shoot, but thanks for the comment anyway, and everybody who participates in the chat. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Input ain't got to be agreeable across the board. Dissenting opinions are actually welcome here. So while chat mod wrenches are active, please keep that in mind for the people down there that protect the sanctity and the integrity of, not really sanctity, but integrity of the chat itself. So, Mr. Z, you got the floor. And Mr. Z has his own channel called Black in Effect. Please check him out. Very articulate points of view. So, you
that
have the
latest
floor.
one was fire, yo,
what
for
what
real.
what Why, thank you, sir. You are a scholar and a gentleman. No, what's going on, yo? What's going on, Raj? If y'all don't know the sound of a blow valve yet, what city are y'all living in? Um, for real. Obviously not a city with turbocharged cars. So this whole Creflo thing, man. Okay, if there was any doubt the influence of the gynocracy, this nigga is willing to risk his money and getting overly exposed because I'm the type of brother that I'm gonna do research before I come at you, right? I'm gonna look up your videos. I'm gonna Google you. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna click on your little link. I'm gonna go through a couple dozen of your videos. I'm not just gonna get a little 15-minute highlighter reel and be like, all right, I'm going after him. No. So he got gassed up, and I think Raj, you might have said this by his wife or by some rando churchgoer, and they pretty much put it in his face like, okay, so what you gonna do about it? And he went at Kevin for about a minute and a half, and that was enough. But bro, you passed the G6. You sure you want that's the conversation you want to have, bro?
Facts. But if you
know,
notice how he delivered, it was very kind of reticent. It was almost like matter of factory, like, well, hey, I mean, why would you go there? He didn't really give it the passion.
I got something to say about that too. So there's a couple of ways we can all go at this. Creflo's willing to risk his money because the gynocracy is playing for keeps. They throwing men at men. There was a light-skinned sister that was on Adam 22 after Kevin went on, and she was like, "Oh, I can't wait until somebody get his ass. I hope Dr. Umar get his ass." And this is like maybe just a little bit before Dr. Umar actually somewhat did mention him. And it is women throwing who they think is articulate enough because they've seen the dozens, the hundreds at this point of women who have just gotten their heads taken off by Kevin. And when I say that, I don't mean like in a condescending way necessarily or any type of just Kevin just walking you down the line and like, okay, this is what you want. All right, what are you willing to give for it? Asking very logical, reasonable questions that these women can't answer like a math problem. 1 + 1 = 2, right? They can't get to that answer. And so we've watched hundreds at this point of women go down this line and they can't get to the answer. So now it's about throwing a man at another man, but you want to throw someone at him that's not going to come in there like, oh fuck nigga, no. You want to send someone that you feel that's articulate, that can make very good other counterpoints, and they don't have anyone. You have to go the religious route because, and I'm sorry towards the religious people, because the shit don't have to make sense.
Facts.
You gotta go. You see, it was more than just having someone that's articulate like Dr. Umar Johnson. They want you to go into the spiritual role because they want to start talking about your role as a man, right? This is about shaming you also. This is another reason why they're throwing Creflo at you. We can't get you in the real world. We can't get you with logic. We can't get you with reason. So now we got to shame you in. This is your role as a man, as ordained by God. It doesn't matter who I am as a woman. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm not reasonable. It doesn't matter if I don't make sense. It doesn't matter if I'm not fulfilling my role. You're supposed to fulfill your role. And then maybe, just maybe, I might consider doing what I'm supposed to do. Air quotes on the supposed to do part. Right? So this whole Creflo versus Kevin thing is just, if you didn't believe in the influence and power of the gynocracy, if you were struggling with all the information you've gathered over the past decade or so in the manosphere, Black manosphere, there is no more bigger evidence than that now. The pastor is coming out the chair risking his money now. Right?
I don't get why you think he's risking his money. That's what I'm not really. Where's the risk?
Okay.
I'm having a hard time figuring out where
the risk in his money, because it's a gamble, right? Okay, the gamble is
it?
You had a certain amount.
He can't stand up to the volley if there's one.
Thank you. So because this is the thing. You want to see Kevin go down you want to see the pastor take Kevin down. The problem is if Kevin starts making too much sense,
Mm.
then he might actually backfire. Perfect. Roger said something, and I think that we need to touch on this. This is me answering what you just said, Roger. Raj. When you heard a lot of women say this in this space, which is, I don't know why y'all keep on going over there because the answers are over here. That's why they keep on coming over here.
Facts.
They've been listening to y'all for over a decade. They've been listening to the colorist queen when she was still chilling with Sergeant Willie Pete. She don't got
Mm.
no answers over there.
Mm.
The pink pill don't got no answers over there. Y'all don't have no answers. That's why they're coming over here.
Well, that's why I
So,
don't. I'm
but
sorry.
that
Go ahead.
Z,
no no.
these
But so
niggas think they just having conversations, cuz.
yeah, like that's the thing. So all of these people, and that's why it let me know how, first of all, how out of
Red
touch he is,
pill
because
indeed.
he really said, y'all don't know y'all could do bad all by yourself. I'm like, bitch, are we in the 90s? What type of wait a
Nah,
minute. Wait
that's
a
what he.
minute.
Was he, and this is why I'm saying I don't get where he's taking a risk, because he didn't mention him by name, so you
Hmm.
can't pin it on him.
True.
No,
You know what
no,
I'm
no. But the
saying?
He
thing is,
did everything but call him out by name, though, Raj. He did
if he
everything
makes a
but call him by name.
response, if he
Mhm.
makes a response, do you really think KS is going to go soft on the church as he does with the black women?
What
Mm,
this what I'm saying? This what I'm saying, bro. At the end of the day, unless he called him out by name,
mhm.
he can always be like, "That's not even the
Uh,
guy I saw."
yeah,
Number two,
yeah.
he don't have to call him out by name because that it's an emotional situation. They
Hey,
just
Yeah.
wanted somebody to say something. He did his
the
part.
state will take on the case. Okay,
No, no, no,
that's how
bro.
this is going to go.
No, no, what I'm saying is
The state meaning the phenomenon of social media
Hmm.
itself.
no. I mean, we taking the case on period, but this is what I'm saying. The women just wanted him to say something. He's
Yeah.
done that. He's fulfilled his role. They're fine. You see what I'm saying?
He assuaged their fear. Yeah.
He's fine for now.
Mhm.
Okay, so now if they try to get him to do some more, then that's a whole different thing. Or if they present him a
Mhm.
different person, that's a whole different thing. But at some point in time, they're gonna have to be like, well, the pastor can't be at y'all beck and call to answer to go at every single man that y'all tell him to go at,
True.
because he ain't got time for that.
But wait, he's
He got
not
too much to
fine because
do.
look at what we're doing now. We the one with the fine tooth comb, and there's a
No,
lot of people that got
Mm.
fine tooth combs, and his algorithm is being put out there as such under that polarity. He ain't fine.
no, no, no,
He
Here's
let
the
his woman
question
get
though
him
bro.
into a fucking
for
corner.
For Raj.
I'm,
Go ahead,
go ahead.
Raj. I'll go after you. No, okay,
No,
okay. So,
I'm trying to say what the viewpoint
mhm.
is. The viewpoint,
Okay,
he
that's the question I
did
was going
what
to
they
ask.
asked
Hmm.
him to do. You
Hmm.
cannot keep asking your pastor to go at the same person or a bunch of
Hmm.
multiple different people in a church that big without him having an excuse. His church is too
Hmm.
big for him to say, I don't have an excuse. He can easily say, I got other stuff to do. He don't even have to
Hmm.
tell you I got other stuff to do. I'm pretty sure there's people in place 3, 4, 5, 6 levels deep to tell you the pastor ain't even got time to talk to you about this because he got other stuff to do. The man's
Hmm.
affairs are too big at this particular point in time. He ain't got to worry about that. He did what he's supposed to do. It's over
So,
with for him 9 times out of 10.
I think
Raj, at the
that sounds like
let
wishful
me let me
thinking.
let me let me ask Raj this question then, Rogers. So essentially, what we're saying is the you already said he did what he was supposed to do, and what that was to make them feel at ease that it's not all men, that there are men that still are they're either red pill and playing the game the right way, air quotes, the right way, or they're blue pill and they'll still, and this is our definition of simp, right? They're willing to come to the defense of women that they don't need to come to the defense of. There's no reason to, right? So are we saying that that was the whole point in the first place? He didn't have to necessarily win a air quotes battle of ideas or anything like that. All he had to do was say something and make them feel like, oh, okay, all right, it's not all men. Woo, all right, we're good.
They wanted the
Is that
dog
what we're
to
saying?
bark. They
Hmm.
wanted
Yeah.
let me say
go
this
ahead.
real quick.
Hmm.
Let me say this real quick. Winston Tokahisa, you are a funny motherfucker. I hit that link. I got standards, bro. Man, you off the chain, man. Let
Shout
me
out
get
to
some shout out.
Winston.
Shout out to Raven Knight, Gil Gami. What's going on?
Mhm,
Long live. But
mhm,
I wanted to read this comment by Lee Ollie. He knows his hands are clucking, so he got to
mhm,
keep them happy and sleep.
yeah,
And he will attack anybody scaring his
mhm,
pockets.
yeah.
Aaron Flock.
But do
Okay.
y'all think a mere mentioning of KS is enough to soothe their nerves? He
Bro, it was
and remember,
That's
Raj,
the question. Yeah, that's the
when you
question.
had yours a couple of days ago, you
Mhm,
say he seemed uninformed. So that meant that he actually went through it in an uninformed perspective. So if and
mhm,
everybody look at the tape, you can read his energy and see that he wasn't believing exactly what he was telling them. It was just, you know what I'm saying, all right, well, I have to say this. That's why he didn't
mhm.
spend as much time on it as he should have. What he should have
Literally
did,
like 2 minutes,
yeah, what
if
the fuck
even.
was that? If it's bothering it, okay. Say you talking to your woman and your woman coming to you with a problem, you gonna only listen. You gonna go over for 2 minutes lightly or something? She ain't finna be
eh,
satisfied with
eh,
that.
Mm,
y'all remember, if y'all remember when I was on my show and I said one of my best friends came to my place and I had a spot that was the hangout spot. One of my
Mhm,
best friends, his girlfriend came to the place. I jumped up because she was being disrespectful. I was like half asleep or something. Came
mhm,
in being disrespectful. I jumped up from laying down. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? At least halfway out. I
mhm,
jumped up, went at her, grabbed her neck, slammed her against the wall, and and drew my hand all the way back so I could knock her out. I wasn't about to fight. This was the
mhm.
plan was knock her out and keep it moving. You see what I'm saying?
mhm.
My guy grabbed my fist to stop me from knocking her out. Do you really think he didn't have to go have a conversation with her, even though she came at me wrong?
Mm,
He saw what
yeah,
happened. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
We both understood the situation. You know what I'm
Mhm,
saying? He understood what was going on. I'm defending my home. Okay, hey, you can disrespect me in the street and get away with it if the conditions are right. But the one thing you're not gonna do is disrespect me in my home, and it's just gonna be fine. I
mhm.
don't care who you are. If your name ain't Jesus, you better watch out. So,
I feel him though.
so at the end of the day, same thing go for Creflo Dollar. If his wife, because I believe he said his wife brought that to him, his wife brought him that. He got to do something. He got to say something. He can't just ignore it. He can't say, "Oh, baby, I'll worry about it later." He cannot do that. That is his wife. He had to say something. So maybe he's even more informed than we know that he is. He may have presented it in a way to make it look like he's
Hey,
uninformed, and he may know exactly what's going on,
the
but he
motherfucker
had to
wrote
say something.
15 to 16 books, so he ain't a dummy.
Well, I wouldn't believe that anyway. You know what I'm saying? Ain't too many black millionaires walking around that are dummies. You might be able to say a lot about them, but you can't really argue that they dumb.
Right.
Most black,
So you could say he actually maybe, you know what I'm saying, tipped his toe in the water to test the temperature of the pool. But the
he
thing
had
is,
to say something because if
yes,
he didn't,
but
it was gonna be something when he got home.
that's the thing. He never shouldn't have, because now he's under the motherfucking microscope.
Well,
But this is the thing. If KS puts him under the microscope, he's going to put the entirety of the church and the entire accountability of the church and his
which it might
and
be exactly why he didn't say his name to make it as salt. He did what he was supposed to do to satisfy the women of that church who have a problem with that. Because you got to take into account somebody said something that said something to somebody that it got to his wife to be presented to him.
you don't
You
think that
know,
she watches motherfucking Kevin Sam? You don't think his
whether
woman?
no, no, it don't make no difference whether she do or she don't. It got to his wife is the point. And even if she does, I'm sure she ain't the only one.
I mean, look, shout out Pastor $40. He didn't expose that, you know what I'm saying, the chick all on the Black Lives Matter side of the game. So I'm pretty sure some of them motherfuckers said something to her. As organized as they are, there is
Ooh,
no
yeah.
way that they are not aware of this cat. You can't not be aware of this dude when you got motherfuckers using, you know what I'm saying, his specific style of talking points just in basic
Mhm,
conversation. I mean,
But
I'm
mhm,
wherever I be at, you hear motherfuckers say, "Oh, modern modern man, modern women. Nobody described us like that before him, or
Mhm.
nobody, the whole six-figure man, six-figure man. I mean, I've heard some super square motherfuckers talking
Well,
that
Rogue,
shit. So I
that's
mean, it's
why I said.
permeated to such a degree.
But
Mhm.
that's why I said he may know exactly what's going on, presented it like he was uninformed. That could always be the
Yeah,
case
yeah,
too.
that's what I was saying before when I said he's red pill, but he's playing the game the right way. That's what I was saying,
Ah,
with the air quotes. So it's on this particular point, I do agree with Raj.
He just had
He's
to turn the
playing,
he
yeah.
couldn't take the pot off the stove, but he had to get you to
Mhm.
turn the burn off.
Mhm. Yeah, because you got to think of what we're doing, and
right,
Raj, you kind of helped me to put this into context, in a conversation we had months ago. It's we're we're helping to get men not to fall for these traps in the future. It's not so much for those of us that are like maybe let's say 29, 30 and older. The young people, the young men that are in their late teens and their early 20s that are like, yeah, so I know the signs now. Maybe I do come from a single mom situation, or maybe I come from a married couple, but my dad didn't give me the game. So with taking in all this information, and remember, Raj, when I first got on your channel, I said we also got to be careful how we deliver the information to these brothers. But we're taking in all this information. These young boys, they're not falling for none of this shit. This is why
right.
month to month you getting these young girls in the high school years or in the early college years crying in somebody's car about how no brother's talking to them,
Mm.
right? Because
Hmm.
all of that stuff is going out the window, and they throwing a fit because quite frankly the swirling shit ain't working neither.
And you know what?
None of
Not to cut you off, Z, but
go ahead, go ahead.
you said the late teens, shit,
Hmm.
as early as like preteens. Like the thing is, red pill is
Mm,
becoming culture.
yeah,
Let-
yeah,
And once it becomes culture, then it's already set for
yeah.
those who ain't even here.
and let me say something to y'all that
Hmm.
actually popped in my head while Kevin was talking earlier.
Hmm.
Kev was talking earlier, and you think about Creflo Dollar. Now I don't know how many people go to a church. What y'all just guesstimate? How many people y'all would even guess goes to his particular church
You talking about on a Sunday or altogether?
on a Sunday? On a Sunday, or like how many church members you think he probably has? Because he got a mega church, right?
Yeah, he got a
Yeah,
mega church, so he got at least
I
60,
would say
60,000 people.
shit. I think it
60,000,
might
right?
be a couple hundred. I'm thinking more than that. All
Okay.
together,
That's a
for
city.
throughout a week, it might be. Yeah, no, I think it's a small town that damn near go to his church. I would say,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
or city. Yeah, like a couple 100,000. I would
I
argue.
mean,
What,
Roger,
yes,
what's
sir.
up,
Mhm,
man? Hey,
mhm.
you're saying that Creflo Dollar had this reaction
Mhm.
because his wife showed him the video?
I mean, according to what he said on the stage, he
Mhm.
said the way I remember it, he said his wife showed him the guy on television. That's what he called him, this guy on TV. He said his wife brought that to him.
Yeah.
That's the way I remember it.
Well, he must have been watching YouTube on the TV. You said he had to put
Mm.
on a certain way.
I'm saying either he was uninformed or he presented the information as if he was uninformed. You don't really know which one it is.
Okay, so he
Mhm.
had to act a certain way for a wife. That's what you're saying.
Bro, at the end of the day, that's his wife. Some people ain't going they know it's gonna be a problem if they don't address certain things when it comes down to their wife.
Yeah, so he was all in his wife. He was all in front of his wife like this after he played. She played whatever, right?
It's my speculation, but that's what I'm going with.
Let me ask you something. After 35 years of him being in the
y'all,
game,
y'all ain't
Mm.
people can't on.
Mhm. No, I didn't hear. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear the background. I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
after,
But
after 35 years of him being in the game, you
mhm.
think it would be muscle memory for him to be able to deliver from a place of knowledgeable in whatever it was that he was presenting? You know what I'm saying? It's because it's mental gymnastics, mental martial arts. You know what I'm saying? Him
I'm.
being
Big Creflo,
I
all in front
mean,
of his. So no, go ahead, man.
no, no, no. I mean, like, okay. So, at the risk, and I'm sorry, Raj, because I know you're a religious brother too. At the risk of sounding anti-religious, I'm not. Y'all know I'm Haitian descent, so we
I'm not
we
sure
super.
religious, but go ahead.
Shit,
Okay.
y'all religious too. Shit, what you talking
No,
about?
right? Exactly. That's what I was saying. I'm Haitian descent, so y'all know
that's
we
right.
we 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 super Catholics over here. So at the risk of sounding anti church or anti religious establishment, we got to remember, like, this is not about facts, yo. This is not about numbers. This is not about data. This is not about who fought for divorces. And this is not about paternity fraud. Like, because of the space Creflo
It's about numbers,
occupies,
bro.
it,
It's about that's the point I was getting at. But go ahead.
Nah,
And
it's
I'm
a
gonna
no,
tell you
no.
how it's
popularity
about
game.
numbers.
Okay, so for me, the way I view it with when it comes to Creflo, Creflo occupies the space where he don't gotta be factual. This don't gotta
Facts.
be factual. This doesn't have to be that. He can pull, because when he said you can do better by yourself, I was like, and I was being facetious earlier when I said, like, that lets me know, like, you really don't understand what this is. When you said that, that lets me know, because the argument that these women are having, that's not the argument they're trying to have. They're not
Right.
trying to be by themselves in that way. They just want a stable or rich dumb lame to do their bidding, but they ain't trying to necessarily be single. So when you said that, that let me know, like, nigga, you really don't, you either really don't know, or you pretending like you don't know. That, because that comment right there, number one is it's out of date, but number two, it really does inform me, like, whoever showed you this, or however this was spun to you, that's if you don't know about this content in any detail whatsoever, you don't really understand what's at stake for these women, what they really are trying to get at, because they're not trying to be single, not in that way, right? Or not trying to be alone, better yet, is maybe a term I should use. So that let you ever, to me, it's almost like watching someone that's wearing, like, dadas and, like, jabot jeans and, like, or Reebok classics, like,
Right.
without a new color scheme or something. You're like, wait a minute, nigga, what year are you in? Right? Like, that's essentially what I saw there, and I'm like, you really don't, because when you said that, like, you missed the point, especially for, I would argue, younger millennials, and definitely older Gen Z. The women ain't, they're like, whoa, 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 bad by yourself. Like, no, I'm not trying to be by myself. I don't want those men to sound like Kevin Samuels, but I don't necessarily want to be bad by myself neither. That this is someone, and I'll end with this. This is also some of that pushback you're getting with the strong independent thing. The strong independent thing was,
Mm.
especially, I know, all the other Xers, younger Xers, that's something that many sisters were saying around your age group. My age group and younger, them sisters ain't trying to be no, well, they're not using that terminology, right? That strong and independent thing. Now they're trying to fake their way into, like, a luxurious lifestyle, right? And now they're trying to shame you with the struggle love language and all this other shit. So once again, that just let me know, he's, at least with his lingo, he's out of touch. And I think that lingo gives me an insight to maybe him being out of touch, and more than just the rhetoric, and I'll pause
Well,
right there.
I'm gonna say I still hear
Mhm.
them saying they want to be strong and independent. They just using different language to say it. But
Mm,
but this what I was getting at earlier when Kev was talking before anybody
mhm,
came on. You see what I'm saying? And why skin a man cave threw it in the chat? Because I asked about
mhm.
how many people probably go to his church. So I see why skin a man cave put 30,000 in the chat. So I'm assuming he was answering that question. All right, y'all.
Mhm.
Um, churches, you know what I'm saying? When people look at church, they just think about the people, the building, and how many people go to this place, right? That's how people
Mhm.
think about it when they think about a church, right? So let's say Creflo Dollar do got 30,000 people that go to his particular church, right?
Mhm.
All right, you gain a certain level of power with women because it's with them they see status and things like that. They see influence and stuff, so they care about certain things like that. Not saying any man became a preacher because of that. Not saying anybody who got on social media, but because of that. But if people view church that way, how do they view your channel?
Mm.
How
Mm.
many members go to your quote unquote church that's not a church?
Woo!
How many members do you have? How quickly are
Ugh.
you growing? Now you start throwing too many other options out there because I ain't got no church, but I got over 2,000 members already.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? at some point in time, somebody's influence could be bigger than the other person's influence. So it could just be threatening just off numbers alone.
Teaching the gospel
You
every
see what I'm
day
saying?
on weekdays.
Now, if they're estimating, because I don't know, but if they estimating that 30,000 people are part of Creflo Dollar's church, BGS got a
Mhm.
big one, but it ain't a
Yeah,
church.
yeah.
Kevin Samuels got a much bigger one, but it ain't a
Mhm.
church. O'Shea
True.
got a bigger one.
Hmm.
Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews got a bigger one.
Hmm.
Yeah, we all ain't talking to the same people. Now
Mm.
I get that there's a certain group of people that's a quote unquote manosphere crowd, and they listen to a multitude of multiple number of different people in the black manospheres. They listen to your streams, they listen to your videos, whatever the case is. We all don't share the same people. You do not know how many people is a quote unquote black manosphere audience. The black manosphere is pulling in different people every day. I do
True.
a particular show about a certain thing, and people who've never heard anybody in the black manosphere came over to my channel for the first time. Same thing gonna happen with Kev channel. Same thing gonna happen to your channel, Mr. Z. Same thing gonna happen with your channel, Rogers. Same thing gonna happen to O'Shea channel. You may share a few different people. You know what I'm saying? You might listen to maybe 10, 15, maybe even 20 content creators as part of the black manosphere.
Mhm.
But we all don't have the same people.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? The audience is
Some
steady getting
overlap, not
bigger.
all overlap.
Exactly. So, bro, like, so the who knows how many audience members the Black Manosphere had? We got at least 1 million,
Mm. Yeah.
and that's just off one person channel. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So,
Facts.
so the there's gonna be some pushback, which means other folks gonna have to start preparing themselves. Because I don't know if Creflo Dollar is trying to misrepresent God, but those who are
Mm.
misrepresent God, if they are paying attention to the sign of their times, they need to figure out a strategy.
Well,
Because
okay, I'm
what's
sorry, sorry. Sorry.
happened in their lifetime before. We're taking we're because some of their members are becoming red pill people, as they say.
Yep.
Members are going to start attending what we do.
Well, red
Yeah.
pill was always the reality as it presented itself. That's the thing. And, a lot of
Mm.
people like to put it on the whole gender war shit. I don't know when the fuck that happened, but you know what I'm saying? I learned red pill in the aspect of the matrix. You know what I'm saying? You take that
Hmm.
red pill, you wake up and you see reality for what it is. And it just so happens that in that regard of the context, the black manosphere moves more honestly within such a reality than the black church does.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, and you really not about God's business, and I'm not making no judgments on the brother, because I'm not gonna judge his heart. But for those out there that's not about God's business, Black Manosphere is probably a problem for you.
Yeah.
Definitely. So
Well,
the thing is that's why he had to deliver how he delivered. He didn't have nothing for it. That's
Th-
why.
that that's that was my point exactly. So that's my point. But the way Raj just phrased it, and that was a perfect, by the way, Raj, phrasing of the congregation. It is a congregation over here, and it's different. It's different interlocking congregations, but there's not an exact 1-to-1 ratio on the overlap, right? So, like you said, we are pulling in different people that could maybe hear the message. There are people that could hear the message from Raj, and they really can't stand Mr. Z voice or how I phrase things. And then there's people that could maybe hear it the way I say it. They can't take the way Rogish say it, and then they might understand how Kev say it, but they can't take the way O'Shea say it. So definitely, what Raj is saying is definitely true, and I think that is a fear because you do have your literal church members that are the men that are listening to this, and it makes perfect sense to them, even if they are married, even if they've been married. We have a bunch of married brothers in this space, right? Even if they've been married for 15, 20 years, what we're saying makes perfect sense to them. It's easy mathematics. But if their wife overhears them hearing this, then they're like, wait a minute, what are you listening to? And da 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 da. So Yeah.
Then it's on them to stand on a square, and you know what
That's
I'm
when we
saying?
get to see what you're really
Hey,
about, though. There's no
Yeah,
cameras in
hey,
your house, but
yeah.
maybe like
Showtime, baby.
right.
Showtime. What it gonna be?
oh, now somebody put in the chat that Creflo losing money. That's why he mad at Chaos. I'm not gonna even say that's
Mm,
true because you're in the times of a pandemic. You can't really estimate why somebody's losing money right now.
mhm,
Until the pandemic stuff is a dead issue. So everybody can lose money right now and just put it on the pandemic. But when it comes down to it, that you don't know who's somebody's introduction. Everybody is somebody's introduction into the Black Manosphere. You see what I'm saying? I've introduced people to BGS, and BGS doesn't help me get to people. You know what I'm saying? So he the
mhm,
big dog, but there's people who's like, man, I'm glad I found the Raj Report. I found BGS through him. See what I'm
mhm,
saying? I didn't even think about the fact that I can introduce somebody to BGS because he was already so large. You see what I'm saying? But that let me know, hey, everybody is somebody's introduction window into the Black Manosphere.
true.
So if we all keep growing, like I said, you don't know how big the audience is. Our audience could already be 3, 4, 5 million people strong. We don't know it because there's no way for us to actually put it together and start counting it. But the impact on society is going to be there. If when you have
And it's
390
well over
million,
that.
well, I'm saying if you have 390 million people in America and 5 million start doing something new, it's going to be paid attention to. But
Oh,
somebody
definitely.
going to recognize it. You see?
Definitely.
Yeah. You
No,
know.
Kevin's already out there. We know that. We and all of all of
But
us,
but see, the
we're
thing is
out
though,
there
what I'm
too.
saying is he's one dude, but there's an
Hmm.
audience out there doing something. Because I mean, he's probably introducing a lot of people to a lot of different Black Manosphere channels at this point. That's why I say he's like a lightning rod to the space. You
Hmm.
see what I'm saying? But them people ain't listening to him and ain't listening to nobody else.
Right.
Somebody gonna
Yeah.
get curious and click on another channel. You get what I'm
True.
saying? So
Hmm.
that's gonna happen. But even if you remove him from the picture, you still got this growing mass of people that's doing something different. And when you get to 4 or 5 million strong of people doing something, now it starts to affect other things.
Hmm.
That's the case in any. It's only 390 million people estimated that live in America. Until I hear a new count. But that was the
It's a
last
new
count
count.
that I knew of.
It's
Well, I mean,
328.
yeah, I'm gonna say yeah, it should be some new numbers coming out real soon. But that was the last count I heard, 390
Mhm.
million people. But even in 390 million people, if like I say, if 5 million people decide to do something, might hit the news.
Yeah,
You
that's
know, that's a
definitely.
new crave, a new gym shoe that just got put on the market, a new
Mhm.
toy that picked up steam. You see different stuff on the news. You know what I'm saying? If somebody put out a product called the Twinkie shoe, and they ain't got nothing to do with food. You know what I'm saying? And people and 5 million units get sold right away. It's gonna
That's
make the
insane.
The
news.
Yeah,
Twinkie
that's
shoe.
that would be insane.
God damn.
Well, I was
That
just
would
trying
be
to say
insane.
something, but
No, but that no that but you proved the point even more. You drove your point home even more because that would be crazy. Yeah, definitely, man. It's just, you know, I think we're making a really good point, and let Rogish and Sir Anthony tell it. Niggas already getting shadow banned, and they don't even got 1,000 subscribers yet.
Ah, bro, they
Me,
own you, fam. They
bro,
own you. I
you can
left
tell,
like 3 messages, cuz I think maybe one got through. My
bro.
mic,
I'm
my
like,
mic didn't go through 3 hours later. Like, cuz, what the fuck this nigga been talking about?
hey, I read that comment for you, Rogish. I was like, yeah, bro, I think so because I didn't see my numbers stagnate like a mug, like, and I'm not even saying nothing crazy yet. I'm like, bro,
Nigga, they
I
gonna
didn't
do
even
you
get
like
this.
they did. They gonna do like they did Zoe Williams. That nigga been at 69,000 motherfuckers for 14 years.
hey,
And it's like, get
hey,
the fuck
you
out of
know
here,
what? I'm
cuz.
gonna tell y'all
Yeah,
right now. Y'all better learn to play through it. I'm just gonna leave it at that. You better play
yeah,
through it, cause
you know, yeah,
my
yeah.
I ain't get no thousand before I start catching messages. You better play through it.
Hey, to the point, Rogish, I'll say, how am I gonna phrase this? A certain event happened a few years ago
Yeah,
in Texas,
okay.
and um,
They thought I
let's
did it.
just and the supposed perpetrator had an X. They designated him something X. I'll say
Yes,
that,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and they did go see Zoe and a couple of other content creators.
Yeah.
So go into what you saying. And Zoe said it. Zoe was like, "Yo, they came to see me, bro. They was all in the living room and everything." So
Yep. And then
him. They
nobody
went to
know,
go
and
see
didn't
some.
nobody know that nigga from a can of paint.
You see what I'm saying?
Being out here 10 years deep, you know what I'm saying, in pro black and grassroots and all that shit. Nobody knew that nigga from a can of paint. So it's like, all right, let's see what they trying to do with this.
That's why we gotta be careful in this space too, because this this could potentially change a paradigm, right? We messing with some people money. I just want y'all to know.
Fact.
Because you know how you messing with their money? You're not in divorce court. You're not paying alimony. You're not paying child support, right? The wisdom and the knowledge you getting here is causing you to make more intelligent moves about your future. And so you not pay outside of your taxes, you're not paying in the system the way they might want you to, right? So you messing with some people money, and
This is a
they're
free
gonna come after you over
university
that.
to become the best black man the history of the world has ever seen.
Woo!
No, you
Yeah.
know what? Don't say it like that. It ain't a free university, but it is a university where you get to choose your own tuition.
Right?
Well put. Well put.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell y'all. I'll tell y'all some stuff after the show about some numbers. But I'm gonna leave it right there since we got Riley up here.
That's
Mm-hmm.
right.
Yeah, what's going on, Rael? Shout out to Lux Veritas in the chat. Uh, says white men are watching Kevin now. The hare-headed hooligans don't want their white god Zaddy to find out why they are the least desired married in the USA.
Woo! Can I make a point, Ryle, before you go? Let me make a point to that. Let me make a point to that. Let me make a point to that. No, I'm
Did I say
sorry.
one thing first?
Right? Like, you want to go, Ross? You want to go first? Okay.
Go ahead,
Go
man.
ahead, Ross, because you know I'm gonna be a little long with it. Go ahead, Ross. I'll go after you.
I
Go
think
ahead.
it's like they don't already know.
Right.
But go ahead.
I
Man.
mean, okay, so yeah, you're right. So maybe some of the, well, yeah, you're right. You're right. But I think so. And somebody said it in a comment in one of our videos, and they were like, there'll be white girls they'll look at it and they'll be like, damn, she's straight, and then the white boys will be like, ugh, right? And so it's like that intercultural, interracial conversation that's happening, that some of the younger white boys would maybe be like, I wonder why that black woman's she's not bad looking. I wonder why she's single. And watching Kevin, you learn why she's single. So it's this go into something you said, Raj, on your channel before. They were hoping to get a young lame, right? Regardless of race, but the fallback plan was to get a unaware, young, naive, non-black man, preferably a white man. With them listening to Kevin, and they snoop around on some of our channels. You got you got bummed a couple of times with this shit and whatever. That's the fear. It's like, nigga, y'all take, okay, fuck it, I don't even care about the brothers no more. Y'all take away my plan B. The Latinos and the white dudes is listening. I think I see some Asian guys in the background too. Wait a minute. Y'all take away my plan B. They throwing a fit.
Well,
right?
I'm just saying, if you do the math, there's a reason why you're the least desired. It's because other people ain't looking at you either. So they already know.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Rob, go ahead. My bad, bro.
Bro, I'm making sandwiches.
No, Rob got attacked in by the gynocracy. They found his ass.
No, peace, Kevin. Peace of the pound. Peace of the chat. Whenever a bully gets hit back, what they usually do, time and time again, is they usually run crying to tell somebody to tell the person that actually fought them back. I said to an ex of mine years ago that black women are nothing but bullies. And when they get hit back, they try to turn it around and act like they're a victim. I mean, they're masters at this type of deception. Um, Precisely because they refuse to take accountability. Um, and This reaching at this level, this particular pastor speaking about it, you can't really understate how much that has had an impact. To be able to make a dent in that particular sphere, um, yeah, you just really can't diminish. Um, that's a powerful um, foray because, and the thing about having it, the one thing that they can't use against him is the fact that they can't use that he's not a Christian because he is. So the one argument that they will try to neutralize what he's saying with is they can't even use that. So he's already checkmated them because he's had criticisms of the black church. Um, as a Christian man, um, the crowd that Kevin is really talking about. Well, I'm not gonna say the crowd, but much of the crowd that he talks about is exactly black Christian women. Kevin did a show where he talked about being a Christian feminist some months ago. It was a
Multiple
great show.
shows.
It was a great show because he completely neutralized um, black women. He boxed them in. He had one particular chick that came on there because when he had the show, like me and the chick were having to get back and forth. And when she couldn't win an argument against what I was saying, even though she was saying that her her father was a pastor, because she actually came on the show, she tried to run to him and like, oh, he's beating up on me. And he said something that was very critical. And when this chick said something to the effect, I think it was her, she said something to the effect that, well, I just don't want you to make women feel that just because they don't have a man, that their life is over. And Kevin
I
came back
remember
and
that.
said,
Yep.
bullshit. He said, I want them to feel bad. He said, and there's women like you that make black women who are failing feel good about their failures. And he broke it down to her. He asked her, what was the purpose? What was the purpose of being created as a woman? According to her belief, even though her
Yes,
father is a pastor,
that was good.
he broke her motherfucking ass down. He specifically had this particular show to specifically address this crowd of particular women. Many of the women who are failing in Black America consider themselves Christian. I think about 80% of Black women will call themselves Christian. Many times when he asks these women on the show, are you a Christian? Most of the time they say yes. But based on the book, they do the exact opposite of what the book tells them to do as women. The complete opposite. The complete opposite. So now, you got somebody who has neutralized their art that wanted a convenient talking point by actually being a Christian. Number one, the very women that are going to be affected by not being tethered to a man, not being married, most of those women are actually in the congregation. This has seismic proportions, man. This is somebody like Creflo and other people like him. They would have to tread very carefully. When he responded the way he responded that way because he was treading very carefully. He was treading very carefully because he knows if he says the wrong thing and brings the wrong attention, the women in that particular congregation can start waking up and saying, hold on, I'm not getting any results. I don't got a man. I don't have this. Wait, hold on, what's going on? Because the actual bubble is going to burst in the Black church first. That's Black America's most powerful institution until this very day. $13 billion annually is given to the Black church in Black America. Where are the results? Where are the results? If you looked at the Black church as a corporation, you looked at it as a corporation, and their job is to save souls. They should be in bankruptcy. They should be in bankruptcy.
Yeah.
They should be in bankruptcy. And the fact that they got these damn dumbass women happy, laughing about being failures shows that they have done a very masterful job at pulling the wool over Black women's eyes. So make no mistake about it. Somebody like him getting the attention on somebody of that magnitude and he spoke to it, I would actually say that the fact that he didn't mention his name to me it shows me that there is fear there. Because if you had something to really stand on against what he was saying, especially as long as you've been in the game and as powerful as your ministry is or supposed to be, you would take on the challenge. If you feel that because you're a pastor, he can't run from this. If you feel that KS is a false prophet, if you feel that he's one of those, man, you should be one of the first ones ready to stand up and defend your God.
Facts.
But see, you can't defend it if you ain't got the results. When your congregation is filled with baby mamas instead of wives, sorry, you're a failure as a pastor. Because see, if it was me running the church, I would tell women from the door, you got 1 year to find a husband up in here. If not, I'm kicking you out. You can't come to my church. Because over here, we're going to have good men. And it ain't going to be none of that. It ain't enough good Black men. You ain't going to play that game over here. Because if you stay in this church and you be single, then you're going to cause trouble. Because you're going to be in here trying to fuck women's men and all this other type of shit. And I ain't going for that in my congregation. But see, they let these types of women navigate in the church. Number one, they can get money from them. Number two, they can get ass from them. They give them a place where they can feel just like the daughter of the pastor, who literally said, I don't want you making women feel like just because they don't have a man that their life is over. And Kevin came back and said, no, I want them to feel bad. Women like you are not helping Black women. They will sit here and tell you about Adam and Eve. Well, guess what? God gave Adam a woman. The very thing that there have been plenty of pastors. I mean, they've allowed women to be up in church on a microphone talking shit like, as long as I got Jesus, I don't need a man.
I heard that shit.
Are you serious? Literally.
Yeah.
You can't love God and reject man as a woman. That's impossible. When your very creation was for to be a companion to him. That's impossible. It's literally impossible. He is on dangerous ground. Because if enough of these women start waking up and asking questions.
Exactly.
Boy. And it's coming too, because
I'm about to say not if, it's a matter of when.
It's a matter of when.
Yeah.
Because the numbers don't support them.
Right.
We're not talking about women who are married to men. We're talking about women who have not been married to men, going into the later stages of their lives, where they not going to be. Bitch, you ain't. I mean, you ain't a superhero. You ain't gonna work. You ain't gonna work forever on these jobs. And when you're not able to work, or even if you're still physically able to work, but you're too old, and they want to get rid of your old ass, where you gonna go? Because the church ain't gonna give you no money. That money that you've been giving to the church all them years, go to that same church and try to get a loan and see how far you get.
Mm.
Okay? Who gonna pay your bills? Who gonna pay for your medicine when you need medicine? Because you're gonna have high blood pressure because you ain't gonna know what to do out here. Who's gonna help you? Who's gonna give you counseling? Who's gonna give you medicine? Who's gonna give you food? Who's gonna pay for your light bill? Who's gonna pay for your residence? Because see, these women haven't been married to men, so before, women who were married, they got to get the social security check from the husband when he died. They got to get the retirement and stuff like that. What are these women going to do when they don't have even those as an option? That used to be how women used to be able to go into the later stages of their lives with dignity. And if anybody has ever been on any dating sites and apps, stuff like that, you will come across some old ass women. There's old women out there. I'm talking about 75 old trying to find somebody. It's not a pretty picture, man, for many of these women. So at some point, they're gonna start asking questions. They're gonna start asking questions. And then it's because you got boomer women who gonna be old. They're gonna be, from a healthcare standpoint, they're gonna have all these issues. Number one, because they're gonna be they fat, they obese. That's gonna bring about a whole bunch of health issues. To solve that, you're gonna need money. Then you got your Generation X women who is right up on their heels. They're looking for men. They ain't gonna have no money to even take care of themselves as well, let alone they broken down mom. If they try to push stress on a millennial generation, that ain't gonna work because many of the millennials still stuck at home. We're talking about a powder keg situation from a money standpoint. This is why he's constantly breaking it down to these women. What are you going to do for money when your ass get old? Because all this strong black woman shit is just fluff. This ain't reality. The numbers are what the numbers are. And if you can't afford to pay these bills when your ass get old, boy, you're going to be out there doing some stuff, man, you never thought you would imagine yourself having to do. Because, see, it's all good when you want to be a hoe, when you going at a at a concert of your favorite rapper and you giving up the ass. It's a whole different ball game when it's a crusty ass old white dude, 80 years old. Now you're talking about a different type of hoe. Now you're talking about that's a real hoe.
Mm.
Fucking a dude that you want to fuck that's not being a true hoe. That's just a nigga you want to fuck. You don't care. But when you got to drop to the knees and look up at that crusty white face, now it's a whole different ballgame. And that's what a lot of these women are facing out here. And these pastors, they better come up with some answers. They better come up with some programs real fast. Because boy, these chicks can be chasing them up out them pulpits, man, before we know
Man,
it.
it's too little, too late for all that. Ain't no program to come up with. There's gonna be a crash and burn situation. Everybody just needs to accept that this is going to happen. There's gonna be a lot of women out here that's gonna die in all kinds of ways, and we gonna see some ugly stuff. We gonna see them being just like men was. Men dying at work, dying dying while they on the assembly line, dying. You know what I'm saying, at the mechanic shop and all that. We just gonna see. We gonna start seeing the same stuff from women. It's not gonna be I got off work, went home, and died peacefully in my seat. You gonna start seeing women die at work. That's what's it's gonna happen. Ain't no plan to do. Once you old and you hit certain ages,
ain't no going out to the streets and selling your pussy no more. You're gonna have forced retirement on that. So at the end of the day,
Exactly.
this stuff ain't gonna be avoided. So people might as well just sit back, relax, and just walk by with ease at the end of the day, because it's gonna happen anyway. Ain't no get because the numbers is too large at this point, And I know Obsidian was saying this type of stuff, and people was kind of laughing about it when he was talking
Yep.
about what your hospice plan, but they wasn't taking it serious when Obsidian was saying it.
Uh,
But it's the same thing, and I know I've said it plenty of times, man. I've already accepted that there's gonna be trouble out here, and a lot of these women gonna work to the day they die. I didn't say that plenty of times. People ain't getting it when they start having strokes and heart attacks and all that type of stuff. The way men have had, they might get an understanding. They might accept an understanding at that particular point. But it's gonna happen. Ain't no saving them at this point. They're already too far gone. One of the craziest things I saw today was something about dating while you're 40. When I was a child, I never even heard somebody say dating at 40. That's like an unheard of. That's like a thought you're never supposed to have. Who would date at 40 years old? You got to be talking about widows and widowers. That's about it. What regular people would date in their 40s? Now you got tons of people in their 40s trying to date like they still in high school and early 20s. It is ridiculous at this point. Just absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, a lot of people just gonna crash and burn, and people just better brace themselves and learn to deal with it. It's gonna happen. Ain't no getting around it. And I know that that's not the nice thing to say, and it ain't gonna make nobody feel comfortable at night. It ain't gonna give you sweet dreams, but this is reality at this point, because it's a lot of men that just ain't gonna take them. Who's gonna take a bunch of? I'm not saying there ain't no woman over 40 that won't get somebody, but only the most helpful feminine women are gonna get picked up, and that's it.
As it should be.
Yeah, somebody like a Toya in the audience, she might get picked up.
Certainly.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
but
She not fat, no. You see what I'm saying? But most of these women, come on, man, they too fat to. Ain't nobody finna be worried about what older gentleman at 55, 60 years old is finna take on some 45-year-old fat woman.
the
He
C
can't
the
be worried
C
about that at his age.
the CDC has addressed this issue. It was a if y'all interested, there's a article called "Do Black Women's Religious Beliefs About Body Image Influence Their Confidence and Their Ability to Lose Weight?" I suggest y'all read that. It's really, really, really good abstract. It's really good.
Check that out.
Yes, yes. I'll say it one more time. Do Black women's religious beliefs about body image influence their confidence and their ability to lose weight? October 19th, 2017. So this is fairly recent. So they already, the fact that they was covering it and at the church level through the CDC, it lets you know that it's really a problem. And this is why Kevin, him getting poked, because see what Creflo was doing, he's poking the bear. He's
I
poking
think
the
he was
bear.
trying not to poke the bear.
I think. No, I'm saying he's unknowingly poking the bear, but I think he was actually trying to tread carefully. But the fact that he actually addressed it to me showed the fear that's there.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
It was very lackluster because it's like Ross said, you're supposed to stand on your principle of God. The way he approached it was if,
I mean, yeah,
His
I mean,
wife told him what to do.
trying to
He approached
console
it like that.
a daughter who was pissed that so-called boyfriend that said some ill shit to her or whatever. He wasn't approaching the women of the congregation like that on an aspect of, well, okay, well, you want to be disrespected. It wasn't disrespectful for him to attack that shit so lightly. When if even if whoever brought it up to him, I'm pretty sure they want him to go a little bit harder than that, especially considering he a fucking preacher.
Right.
Ain't
hey,
they going for that?
hey, y'all. Hey, let me read this comment by Lux Veritas. It says, marriage to a simping stepdad is their 401k backup plan. It's like a pyramid scheme for ran through weave walkers.
What?
But no, what Rod is saying is true though. And that's kind of what maybe I didn't phrase it right, Raj, earlier, but that's kind of what I was getting at earlier. It's he's he is making very calculated steps because the fear if this blows up, he does lose a chunk of the women in his congregation because they will be, wait a minute, is this man that bad? Who is this man? Because you got to think some of the congregation haven't heard of KS before, right? So number one, you just put a spotlight on him. Now I'm gonna go investigate because adults are big ass kids. So you just told me about this dude without telling me about this dude. Hey, who y'all know who this guy's talking about? Y'all know who Pastor talking about? Oh, he talking about that Kevin Samuels dude. Oh, Kevin Samuels, who's that? Right? You watch him, you get enraged for a few videos, but then you start doing an inventory on your life.
Hell
Damn
yeah.
it. You see what I'm saying? You start doing an inventory on your life, like
We've seen plenty of women who say, "When I first started watching, I hated
exactly.
your videos."
Yep.
And then they kept watching though.
What?
You see?
And they started taking inventory.
Mhm.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, the ones the church gonna lose, the church gonna lose them anyway, and that's what I'm saying.
Good point.
The black manosphere is gonna continue to grow and affect the population regardless. So those people are going to get lost. Creflo, and this is my speculation, Creflo just couldn't go home and tell Taffy he didn't say nothing. He couldn't do that.
I see where you go. I see where you're going.
No, what
Yeah.
it was is he poked the bear, but someone was holding his hand as he did it. He was that's all it is.
You said her hand was on the stick too?
Yeah,
her hand was over his hand on the
her
stick.
hand was over his hand on the stick, poking the bear. Like we finna do this,
bro. What
Whether
I'm
you
saying
want to or
is-
not.
yeah. Because the thing is, the best thing for him to do was to not even mention homie.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
can't even
ignore
you
it.
can't mention him
Nah.
and not have his influence come through. That's just what it
Exactly.
is now.
Bro, the best thing for him to do was to never mention them. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like just like I do on my show. I don't. It's certain people I ain't gonna never mention on my show because number one, they are my enemy the way I see them. So I ain't gonna never give them no light. So the best thing would have been him to not mention it. Period. He just could not mention it because it got into his wife's hands. And once your wife say something about it, you got to do something.
KS has 1 million subscribers. I would say over those million subscribers, we can probably say over half of that is women. If he decided that he wanted to open a church, we don't think he can do that.
A super mega
That
church.
nigga will have a church. That nigga will have a damn church that look like the Vatican if he did that shit.
What you said?
And see,
Like for real.
and that's what I was saying earlier.
Like for real. Like that's what I'm saying. Like he looking. Look, if he wanted to shift in that direction, if he wanted to say, you know what, these niggas ain't standing on this shit for real. Man, I'm about to go ahead and get up in this game. Man, do you know how many niggas he will knock out the fucking box?
I just want the bulletproof Benz limo that the Vatican, that the press.
I'm putting a ministry on your block. They over.
Yeah.
They over, bro. I'm telling you, that nigga is shook.
What, Ryan? That's what
shook, bro.
That's what I was saying earlier. The social media, it's the same thing for the people. People are going to a place to learn. They're just doing it through social media now. So you're gonna. Some people are gonna do it just like a church would. Some people are gonna look at a content creator almost as a deity, the same way they look at some pastors almost as a deity. That's why content creators need to be responsible with what they're gonna say, and not just say anything at some particular time, because it's about how people look at you to a certain degree. And at the end of the day, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Is he live in Atlanta? KS live in Atlanta. Bro, I get that members of the church is saying something. I'm pretty sure there's been talks and snips and people throwing little jabs at Kevin Samuel at his church for a long time now. It can be ignored until his wife says something. Once your wife said, you can't ignore it anymore. You had to say something. He wasn't trying to poke the bear at all. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. He wasn't trying to poke this bear, but his wife said something. What you gonna do?
A hand on the stick.
You know we can also have a larger conversation, Raj and Rael. We can and Rogish, I guess we can have a larger conversation. And it's been said in this space anyway. Women using men as proxy power. Because that's essentially what you're saying, Raj. That's what you just said.
What have
That's
they
proxy
all?
power.
What is most domestic violence? It ain't domestic violence.
Yeah.
Niggas get killed over broads every day, and no broad is involved.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah.
That's the way it's always been, and probably the way it's always gonna be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to think about it too. When people talk about his subscribers, you got to look at him on kind of like some Trump type stuff. When people went in the booth saying they were going to vote one way and voted the other, a lot of people, a lot of these motherfuckers don't even want to admit that they support him. There's a lot of people out there that don't want to actually admit, you know what I'm saying, to other people. So you got to factor in that demographic as well. So you're talking about somebody who went from YouTube channel within 8-9 months, shot off. He got a prominent. We're not talking about some low-level pastor in Black America. We're talking about one of the motherfuckers who got investigated
One of the top five
years ago.
Yeah.
For money. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that he went from that short period of time getting a nigga like that to reference him means that the females in those spaces are terrified. Because they know, because they can't sell the bullshit no more. Now, when you have especially Generation Z women coming up here, we like, I know sometimes, you know, we'll watch some of this stuff and some of it, you know, be, you know, hilarious and we'll laugh at it. But what we see a lot of times is a lot of pitiful shit on his show. Like these I mean, when you look at these women, you naturally got to look at the mother like, these are the daughters y'all raised. This is what you put out here in the market for Black men to get with. And see, when you come into these spaces like this, you can't say, oh, it ain't no good men around. No, that's a bullshit. You never really could say it, but see, we didn't have the platform to really get our voices heard. Now that's a different ball game. So now these women, they're going to be in a pickle. The daughters are looking at him like, man, I don't want to turn out like you. Whenever you see a Black female on his show, that's another Black daughter from a Black mother who is saying,
I don't want nothing to do with my mom decisions.
My mother me, and I do not want to be like her. She has failed.
She's trying to jump ship, and you know
exactly.
A lot of them is trying to jump ship, but that's what I'm saying though. If you look at the timing of everything, there's no way in the world that somebody at a Creflo Dollar level wasn't aware of what's going on. But he don't have to say nothing. But once the other women of that church say something, all they got to do is talk to Taffy in the bathroom. And I see someone ask now, yes, I do believe that's his wife's name, Taffy, because I said,
that's her name.
I'm a church person.
Taffy Dollar.
So I'm aware. I've been aware of who Creflo Dollar was for a long time. So it's one thing for the women of the church to say it, but once they say it to his wife, and now it gets to his ear, it has to be addressed the same way my friend had to have a talk with his girlfriend at the time because I was about to knock her out. It's one thing if you know what I'm saying, he understood why I wanted to knock her out. He understood why I got up to do it. You know what I'm saying? It was totally understood. But that don't mean he get to just live his life without dealing with that conversation. It had to be had because that's how women put me in a certain position. He still had to talk with her. You know, now she was trying to get him. I mean, I ain't gonna even get into all that, but you know what I'm saying? My man had to check her to a certain degree. Well, we can get past that situation because at the end of the day, he knew he was there. He saw me get up to knock her out. He understood totally why I was about to do it. So it wasn't in question. So Creflo had to do it because it got into his wife's hand. He could ignore the whole church to a certain degree, but you can't ignore it when your wife brings it to you. Because you got to deal with it.
I just want to say one more thing before Ed get up into Raw. I don't think they was raising them daughters for us. You made a comment like they wasn't raising them daughters for this is what Black men got to choose from. No, they wasn't raising them daughters for us. That was not for Black men. If you listen to some of these sisters speak, you hear it in their voice. They were not raised to date, marry, have children with no Black men.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, that's all I had to say about that. Yeah. They weren't raised for us.
But they never thought it through. They never thought. They just basically assumed that
shit was just gonna happen the way shit happens. They never accounted for pendulums can swing,
Mm-hmm.
environmental changes. It may not have nothing to do with black men because COVID, not even COVID. I mean, a lot of this stuff we predicted years ago. It's just COVID sped everything up,
Right.
which is something that I think really needed to happen because that's what really puts you in oh shit mode. Shit, because just like when people have multiple, they went from having one job. Job they could get benefits, job they could work overtime. Then all of a sudden they got they work at 2 jobs, now they work at 3 jobs because that shit was
3
incremental.
jobs and a gig.
People are used to it. I tell them, why don't you get a job with overtime? Well, this is just what I know. So the shit happening real quick kind of caught people off guard. As far as the Creflo thing, I mean, whenever you have a quote unquote beef or dust up, you generally want to punch up. And so this definitely, and Kevin probably didn't have a lot of opportunities to do that. This is definitely an opportunity because what they think is power Kevin is a lot of offline activity coming on YouTube. That's really what's been having the algorithm really push him because that's what the algorithm is about. If you can put people on a platform, that's something that the algorithm is designed to push. And the church, what better, can you tell me a better avenue to do that? Because people are going to want to know. You know how women are. They're like, what the fuck is this nigga saying? Yeah, they'll see the clips, and then a lot of these women say, you know what, I want to see one whole thing because I want to examine how this bullshit happened because they're gonna try to find flaws in his logic if they can because that's how they get him told, and then they realize, wow, dude, making sense. They realize he ain't cussing nobody out for no reason. They realize all this other shit, and then Kevin looks the part, and then Kevin knows how to put out the scripture too when the time comes out. If they say that's what they are, and yeah, and then like I didn't even think I kept saying that Atlanta shit is important because all of that is like an enclosed system, So when it's a lot of YouTubers in Atlanta, like it's don't give me
It's damn near the Black Mecca. So the fact that both of these brothers are, I know. I know. There's a reason why I said it the way I said it, though. Y'all, everybody know why I said it the way I said it, but. So
Black Mecca nigga shit.
No, that's my point. Thank you. So that the fact that both of these brothers are in that space, that to me was where I was like, y'all both occupied it. Y'all both live in the same general region of the country, literally in the same state, in the same city. So the fact that y'all are having this I don't even want to call it a back and forth, but this is an ideological battle also, right? Because Creflo represents by proxy them, the women in this space, the women that want a particular outcome, and Kevin is representing it's not a new school way of thinking, but a reemergence of a different thing.
And then remember of higher grade of what's the adequate grade of accountability.
Yeah.
That's really what it's about.
And remember, Rebecca Lynn Pope is there in Atlanta, and and their dad and her husband's a pastor. So he done bypassed all that bullshit and went straight to the top. Then you gotta remember April Mason is out there. And she be in that quasi shit. People forget Stormy Wellington in the network marketing community. And I just listened to another female, and she started. Stormy Wellington makes $15 million a year. She makes it in a variety of things, but like 5 or 6 of that is in the business. And so you're dealing with a lot of money, you're dealing with a lot of shit, man. And the reason why I mention those things is because all that stuff crosses. A lot of the network marketing stuff crosses into the church, and like I said, Rebecca Lynn Pope stuff. They may not be
about overlap,
but then remember, Rebecca Lynn Pope is selling courses. She may not, so they're monetizing, and to be fair, that's what all pastors do. They monetize the credibility or the you can't directly do it because it's for a nonprofit, but you create courses based on kind of like the social media presence that you have. Like you can't monetize Instagram, but you can obviously monetize. You can't monetize it directly like you can YouTube, but you can monetize it indirectly. Like I just got done because I didn't know, because Derek Jackson hit under 700,000. I was like, oh, and then they said, no, he got 1 million on you Instagram, and you lying. I look at it, I see it 1.2. I fuck. So, and then he had a link, like because he has a master class. So I look at that. And we're sitting there looking at his webinar for about 20 minutes. And the shit's funny as hell, man. Because he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna teach you how to get into modern relationships, traditional." I dare you. I was like, "Wow, man, he's still selling, man." And I said, "I already know at the end he about to sell a course." I said we couldn't get that far though, but
Well, you know what though, we
ain't
got to
Darren
look at
still in Atlanta too?
this is something else. We got to you got to realistically
Damn,
look at
yo.
what goes on in America.
Mm.
The church crosses into everything.
Yeah.
Most black folks, if you talking about black people in America, most of us, if we're considered any form of religion, most of us gonna say we Christian. So the Christianity crossovers in everything. So church gonna always cross into whatever situation you talk about at the end of the day. Now the thing is, the black manosphere is crossing over into everything as well. And plus y'all wasn't there when slaves got told they was free. Y'all wasn't there. Y'all ain't thinking about the context of niggas. They've been niggas their whole life. You know what I'm saying? With the hard ER. They've been niggers their whole life. And now they 25, 30, 40, 45 years old. And somebody done sent them a message that we free now. Some niggas wasn't going back because there was a bunch of revolts as it was in the first place. So some niggas just ain't going back because they just simply heard they was free. Oh, the war over? We free? That's it. I ain't going back. That is what a lot of brothers is doing right now. They starting to get word that they're free. Hey, brother, you know what? You get to actually pick what you want to do for your own life. You don't necessarily have to go the way she wants you to go. Sure, you can do this, and maybe your mom will feel great about you doing this and doing that. But you can actually do stuff and make a life for yourself. Go find your own woman, build your own family, and set up your own legacy. And niggas heard that and they said, you know what? That's a good idea, and that's what I'm on. These niggas is free now, and that's what's going on. They ain't going back.
Yo, man, there's man, this shit you can't find a better read. Yo, Kevin Samuels should have his own fucking reality show, yo.
No, look, man. He
Just
look.
wait. He might.
I lived in Atlanta for 30 years, and I'm telling you, when you have chicks from reality shows coming on his show,
Point. Yeah.
You know what I mean? See, this shit has been pushed in Atlanta. See, my homie from college said Atlanta was like the Black Hollywood years ago. It's like 06, 05, 06. And it gives black people an illusion of shit. And when you have women who got all this fame from being on, you know, because literally they have fame for being who they are. Like people look at these reality shows and be like, man, that shit ain't really real. Bullshit. I lived in Atlanta for 30 years. Them motherfuckers is really like that.
I'm still waiting for Atlanta season 3.
They
working on it on Amazon Prime. They gave him a whole bunch of money to do some shit. Childish Gambino. So that's one of the shows. But yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Look, they're not telling the full story. Okay, so there's a section called Inman Park, Reynolds Town. It's one of those places where you would see a lot of kind of hippie type people be. Close in that area will be something called Little Five Points. See a lot of tattoo spots and different types of little book boutique types stores. Going back to 2010, houses in that area were in the kind of like, I would say about $300,000 range. In 2021, in those same areas, houses have jumped up to in the 700,000s. So you already know a certain type of demographic shift is going to happen based on the numbers. And see, while black people have been mesmerized by goofy, mostly females and a lot of dudes too, on these shows, on the ground, they're being shifted out of different spaces that were,
Oh, yeah.
predominantly black for years, and so now these things are coming to the fore, and we're seeing it live happen. When you have a reality chick who comes on his show multiple times looking for answers, she ain't happy with that shit.
Yeah.
They could be on TV all day long. We done seen plenty of people that was in Hollywood. The shit looked good. Them niggas took themselves out. They overdosed on drugs and died. If Hollywood's a microcosm of people's lives, nobody should look up to the mother.
Rael,
let me finish this point. So now you're having a convergence in one instance. You're having people who are in these particular spaces, these Black Hollywood spaces, but then they're coming to somebody like Kevin, who's been connected to the Black Manosphere, who is espousing much of the talking points. That cannot be lost, because if a female feels like she has to get some guidance from a man representing that kind of space, that means we're fucking winning the argument. We're beating this shit. We're talking about somebody who's on TV and is not happy with her TV life.
They don't got the answers over there.
They don't have the answers, bro. They can't go to any women in their family. They can't go to no women in the churches. If you can't go to a woman in the fucking Black church for some guidance on how to be a proper woman, what is that saying about the fucking pastors who's over these churches?
Yeah. And I mean,
hey, hold up. Let me read this super chat real quick. Viscount Lavelle said, BWs aren't scared of Kevin. They are scared of BMBBH and the Roger Report and the Black Manosphere because they are telling the truth.
Well,
thanks for the support.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this, and I am gonna hop off. I mean, Glenn and Cameron talks about that too, as far as like what they're doing with Buckhead, Sandy Springs, because they're not just gentrifying; they're incorporating, they're annexing. These motherfuckers are moving, and then when you look at these developers that had COVID, or we're getting to some settlements, how they're gonna deal with it. You're gonna start having construction workers. They're gonna move fast. They're gonna move fast because there's a lot of things. You got Kemp out there too. And these motherfuckers are tired. Like, even Glenn Cameron was talking about this. He was talking about how, Buckhead first got a lot of these people, like the gay Black men came first. And then a lot of other stuff came. The younger dudes, younger mid folks came later with a lot of the, look, I'm just going to call it, a lot of nigga shit smoking weed. And then he even said, a lot of these dudes, it ain't just hood dudes. A lot of this is like the code switchers, the people that know how to code switch well. And, I act a certain way in the workplace, but then, default back to what they want to be. And it is what it is. And a lot of these people, they done dealt with it and they're tired. And then you have a lot of these other non-Blacks that are coming into these cities too. They don't care about Black people, so they're going to help. If they can provide an incentive, and and they're going to be like, job one is get these folks out of it. Anybody that can buy them out, fine. And then we'll deal with those other people later. That's how they generally think about it. Or what they'll do is they'll annex it because the shit is already, or they'll not annex it, but secede because the shit is already the way they want it. And they don't want to basically, and you know what the county is, Rio, as far as Atlanta, all of that.
Fulton County.
Yeah, so you got, and I'm sorry, when women are not capable of dealing with that. When people, that's a group thing. That's like a men and a woman thing. So when you see white people moving like that, the men and the women are on the same page with that shit. There is no, they feel the same way. So it is no pushback, is no what about, they're all moving in. So it's on a get on board or get left behind. And so you got Atlanta, which is heavily matriarchy and all that, matriarchal. And they're not going to know how to deal with that. So what they're looking for like a quick fix. So it's like, there is no quick fix for something like that. Because it didn't start quickly. You may see it starting to move quickly, but it didn't start quickly. And, you saw it when Keachland's Bottoms almost lost they had to go racial in order for her to win.
Yes. And it's been moving close. It's been there's been a white woman who's been trying to get that mayor position for about, I would say, probably about 15 years now. Named
I think
Mary
I know who you're
Wood,
talking about. Yeah,
and she's
yeah,
been
yeah,
getting
yeah.
closer and closer. And I've been saying this
Mm-hmm.
for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Once Atlanta, because see the thing, the problem with Atlanta is that Atlanta is a Democratic city and a Republican state.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once they get a Republican mayor and then they get enough Republicans on the city council, it's over with. It's a done deal. They're gonna bring nothing but they've been waiting to bring really a lot of development because they're already doing it now. But see, much of the civil rights groups, they've been blocking a lot of the progress too. Now, the one thing about Kasim Reed, one thing he was about was that money. But Bottoms came in and she was completely horrible. She was completely horrible. She put a back. The fact that she under her watch, and this is under a black female's watch, the fact that because all the mayors, even with Shirley Franklin, because she was on that money too. Up until this point, you never had white people ready to actually incorporate. You know what I'm saying? But when she caved into the woke crowd and basically let these niggas have their own real life version of the curve, that was it. It was over with at that point because they was like, nah, because they had already threatened stuff like this before. Like when black people from the west side of Atlanta, you was coming, and the east side and the south side was coming to Buckhead causing problems. I think it was called the Buckhead Coalition or something like that. They would put pressure on City Hall and they would acquiesce. She didn't do that. And when they saw her didn't do that, they said, okay, what we're going to do, we're going to incorporate and we're going to take our tax revenue over here with us, and then y'all gonna have to figure out what y'all gonna do. And she said it. She even came out and said something about that, like, well, if they leave, we don't want them to leave because we don't, want, the tax
Yeah, she
revenue.
said that a couple of years ago. I remember that.
And
Yeah,
this is where
that's really but that's going to be happening in a lot of these cities. I said this to black people when they were celebrating all these people tearing up black neighborhoods. I said, what y'all don't understand is y'all thinking y'all out there with some woke white people, but you don't know these people could be sitting on some real estate companies that could be helping you burn your shit down.
Wait, somebody's background is killing me right now.
Yeah, they could be sitting there helping you burn down your neighborhood, making your property value go down specifically so they can come back and buy it at a cheaper rate and move your ass out. And that's what's happening.
Yeah, and even the woke white people, the white like man, them fucking hipsters be the main ones. They be the first ones because they get the best deal because they there first. And this is what and sometimes they're liberal. That's Roger.
I think that's you, Roger.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, people don't even understand that. And see, this is what I was. And see, the funny thing, I was on their hood server that was on there, Trey was on there, and this is what I was going back and forth with them like a motherfucker because they were trying to give me the fucking rhetoric, and I said these motherfuckers, they just because I'm black male first does not mean that because they be acting like you need to hold hands with these white motherfuckers because the strag is the problem. I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers are playing a zero, just like how that bitch is playing a zero-sum game. These white boys are playing a zero-sum game, and they see you as a sexual threat. And as an individual, sure, you can make it. But if you're talking about black men as any kind of group, and I'm talking about like-minded black men, I'm not even talking about like the niggas doing the bullshit because, in Atlanta, that crime shit is crazy. And again, and it's like that. It's the same story everywhere. But certain cities are moving faster than others. Like even in Tennessee, like these motherfuckers think Nashville, because there's a lot more black people in Nashville than you would think. They gonna get Memphis too. Memphis is home of their king, Like they not about to let none of this shit go. They're just doing one by one. And you see these developers are getting mad money on the low. I mean, even in where I live, like there's a documentary on PBS talking about like the west side of or North Hills, Raleigh, or the area. It's all black. It's all white now. And then they're about to move to the east, and they've already gotten it. You already see it. They're moving. I mean, I literally grew up in an area a town that was literally all black, owned by black people. And when I initially got there, they had just sold a lot of land, and you had people that We're like landlords still, like black folks that they kept their stuff and built stuff, and then now it ain't nothing but white people. Like it doesn't take, and that was it. Still took that what like 15, like 20 years. Now they can do that in like 6 or 7. They're building buildings. They're doing it extremely quickly.
Just
Yeah.
price
And
you out
black,
with the tax code,
yeah, and black people only think in 4 years. Black people only think in 4 years, 2 years. These
if
motherfuckers,
even.
yeah,
4
these
years, if
motherfuckers pay
even.
attention to that all the time, and
Bro,
they're doing.
bro.
Well, Edward too. What a lot of people don't realize is that because I was on one of King Sigma's streams, and we were having a debate, and I was saying like, yeah, their rhetoric on public might be, they were against the Trump's tax cuts in 2017 because they got to say that to their base, but them could be
But
the
they
same
wanted.
motherfuckers who were taking advantage of those tax breaks.
Yeah.
What was his what was the plan that he had? What was that plan? Basically, investing in rural, basically poor rural.
Oh yeah.
In a
That's the one
city.
that Nipsey took advantage. I forgot the term of
What was
that
the
shit.
name of that? I can't think of the name.
God damn! Somebody put in the comments. I know exactly. Yeah.
But see, because you will be stupid not to. If you're sitting there and you know you can phase this out, and you don't have to touch this money for 7 to 10 years, and you won't be taxed on any investment you make in real estate and building up of area. Man, you got the money. Man, you'll be a fool not to take advantage of that shit. And so many of these so-called liberals that a lot of black people want to support, yeah, their rhetoric in public is like, yeah, we ain't for that tax cut. But in public, man, they was using that. They was
Oh
using
yeah,
that.
because once the law passed, people forget Democratic politicians got more money in the Congress than Republicans.
The
People
platinum
forget
plan,
that.
Ryo.
No,
And
not the platinum plan. I'm talking
You talking about the building? Yeah. With the okay. So the tax.
I'm talking about the one in 2017 when he
and
passed those taxes.
and this is the
Yeah,
last
yeah.
thing
I'm gonna
I want
find
to
it
say
for
that
you.
I want to add into it. People forget, Rael. There's a lot of niggas that's tired of the nigga shit, and white people
Yes.
know that too. And white people may not give a fuck about them, but they know. Oh yeah, there's a lot of these folks that we talk to that they don't like, and they're not just saying that because they around them. And this is where, and just like how I was arguing with Hood Conservative and them, or really it was Trey. Trey was like, racism don't exist. Like it's a lot of folks that think that way. Fantastic is out of Georgia. They're like, and what they really mean is they mean that shit doesn't override the bullshit I see y'all doing in their mind, and you're not gonna out argue that. Some of them are willing to argue it, but a lot of them are just quiet about it. And just like how them liberals may talk shit and then do something different, that's how a lot of black people gonna be in the city.
Right.
And it's just, and especially after that shit, because it's like now it's like you letting these people run roughshod, and now the shit is affecting. Like racism ain't affecting me, but that shit is affecting me in a real way that I can see it. And then we're not, and that's on top of the new element. The shit with the anti-bitch shit, that's a new thing. That's not, because that's not, usually, the stuff usually come up in the way that I just said it. That anti-bitch shit is a new thing. And dudes know, if you promote that shit, people are just going to get mad. So what they're going to do is just be quiet about it and still do it. And this is what happens when you shut certain black people down, when you can't have a dialogue. Stuff is gonna move one way. And here's the thing: while you giving all these pastors the money, they not doing shit with it. Like you get more money from being a black pastor in certain areas than you do being a mayor.
Opportunity zones, Ryo.
Yes. Yes.
Opportunity
I
zones.
told,
Yeah. I'm looking. I'm like, God damn! I know this shit.
couldn't think of the
Yeah.
name, bro.
My bad. Yeah, me neither. It happens.
Yeah. So anyway, all right, man. This has been great.
All right. Anyway.
Peace.
Yeah, I mean, and to see, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, people really don't understand how they're being moved on a chessboard. It's so strategic. You know, like if you really want to know how a lot of shit happens, man, you know what I'm saying? It's even from a political standpoint, you got to look at stuff from a real estate standpoint. Who is moving where? Who is trying to develop where? Where's the money going? Where's the tax credits?
Wait, Ryo. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. I want to address something that Ed said earlier before we even go there. Ed said something, and I wish, damn, he dropped off too early because I wanted to address that while he was still up here, which is in this space, you get to see, me and Raya have done battle, but you could see we both on this black shit, right? Just different angles. You get to see in this space who's really about the people or black men or whoever, and who really is about some white shit by proxy. And Ed was speaking to that, and I wanted him to stay up so that we could go into detail about that a little bit more. But there's brothers that say things and that do things, and you're like, nigga, them niggas ain't your allies. Not the way you thinking. Like maybe they'll be your ally on this one specific, very small thing, right? And then they're willing to stab you in the back the second they get that one small teeny thing, right? So that a lot of brothers got this shit twisted. Just because white men are having an issue with their women now, and brothers got an issue with our women, it doesn't mean that we're friends overall, right? And I think a lot of people get how are we criticizing black women for jumping on second wave feminism, but yet you gotta do the same thing? We can't do the same thing. These niggas be. I'm like, bruh, we talking shit about them, but yet you, and this me and a certain person that his name starts with an F. It's named after a superhero. I'm not gonna say his name on your channel, Kev. But we went back and forth on this shit, like, and I was like, I got out of character with the shit because I'm like, bro, they're not your friends. You're in the military. You think these people are your friends. You think you have a different type of allyship at best with them. No.
But see, but
right?
that's the brainwashing of the military though. A lot of cats who get into that, they have that perspective, and for those who actually, you know, what I'm saying, seeing honor and outside of honor for themselves of, you know, what I'm saying, enduring such situations. No, for those who actually see honor attached to, oh, I'm doing this for my country bullshit. Yeah, that's how they think. You know what I'm saying? I think Key and Peele had a skit where they with the Black Republic it's just something where they had to do the leather jacket and the aviators and shit. I mean, a lot of them cats tend to drive Corvettes too.
And you know, I'll land with this real quick. It's
car.
If don't get it twisted, Mr. Z has had white friends and white associates, and I'll be damned if I didn't sound just like this. Put it on everything. I sounded just like this when I worked at the law office. I sound just like this working at a city job. I sound just, and anybody who know me in real life know I'm not lying. Family, friends, and mind you, I have family members married to white women. Ask them if I don't sound like this. So I mean this shit. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is that you know, I mean, and I've said this before, like when it comes to, you know, them being on that, they would need to put something on the table that is not beneficial for them, that is strictly beneficial for black men to really get my attention.
Agreed.
And this is why I was so pissed at black people when he talked about putting the 500 billion on the table. Because I said, I mean, at the end of the day, y'all niggas ain't getting shit anyway. So the fact that somebody is talking about putting that money on the table is a chance you don't get it, but it's a chance you can get it. Because what's your other alternative? What you been getting? What you got now? I asked all the black people, you know, who voted, you know, for Biden, who said he was a. Now this nigga that ran multiple times for president, and he could never get in there
since the
80s.
But
all of a sudden now, he gonna be somebody who in the private sector has been way more successful than he has ever been in life. One person spent 47 years of their life in government. He's been his whole life in the private sector, except 4 years he was president. Like, who do you think I'm gonna go with? I'm gonna go with the person in the private sector. Because see, I know the way government runs is the fact that government has the power to tax, so they can waste money all day long because they got the power to tax. In the private sector, you don't have that power. You better figure out how to get that money or it ain't gonna get got. And he's shown the ability to actually do it. He put things on the table that black people could have taken advantage for, like the opportunity zone. He gave all that funding to the HBCUs when many of the HBCU presidents were complaining about Obama, feeling like they had to beg him for funding.
No, they did. No, he actually took a couple dollars away, actually.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you do business, you understand you ain't gonna have no perfect arrangements. It don't even work like that. But even in business, you can do business with racist people
Thank
and
you.
get some shit done.
Damn.
You can do some business with some racist people. I see it. I've lived it. I've experienced it. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, one of my homegirls that died years ago, her dude is one of her friends is an insurance agent, and when he went to go sell some life insurance to a white dude, when he walked out of the house, he saw all this Confederate flag stuff everywhere. He looked around. The dude saw him look around, and then he said, "Oh yeah, by the way, I don't really like black people like that." And so
Let's get this money.
the dude came back and said, "Well, I don't either. Now you ready to do business?" And he sat down and they talked out the deal and he got his shit done. Because at the end of the day, he liked having his wife in that brand new Benz. He liked having that brand new Benz for himself, that nice big ass house they had, so their daughters can have a good life. So he did business. You know what I'm saying? You that's not how business works. You just go do business with people you like. There are plenty of people who do business with people they can't stand, but when they see that money at the end of the road that they can make with that person, they swallow that pride and do business. And that's how black men are going to have to, really understand things. And so, this type of situation is really, that's why I said it's just really illuminating so many problems that are facing black females. Because see, when black men have their hand on the black community, they would take on those problems for black women. The problem is that the younger generation of black men are saying, fuck no, I'm not doing that shit. I done seen you old niggas try that shit with your NOIs, with your goddamn civil rights, with your Moore Science Temple, with your Garvey movements, with your, what do you got, Nubians, building the pyramids. I done seen y'all niggas do all that shit, and at the end of the day, you still got this rebellious bitch on your hand. That shit ain't working. You think I'm about to sign up for the next 100 years and do the same thing? No. And that is the difference. And I said this about 7, 8 years ago. The thing that they never factored into the equation was the notion that black men would actually walk away. They never factored that in. They never did. That's why they kept pushing and pushing and pushing, because they always felt that black men would stay. This has been a monkey wrench in the plan, because now what are they gonna do? They're gonna shame you in the stand? That ain't gonna work, because the younger we see it on Roger Show all the time. When any notion of that shit comes up, I don't even usually see JoJo over there like that.
Yeah,
Joe. When that
JoJo.
shit comes up, JoJo be on the goddamn panel fast than a motherfucker.
Yep.
And he got a black girlfriend. What you talking about?
He be like, hell no.
Yep.
Yep. I ain't doing that shit. Nope, I ain't doing it. I'm not going out like that. I ain't sacrificing myself for none of them bras. I ain't gonna be shamed into doing that shit. And I ain't gonna be talked about like I'm some weak dude. I'm out over here handling my business. I got my own business stuff going on. I got my girl over here. She cool. She doing what I need her to do for me. I'm rolling in this direction. And there's a whole bunch of black men. I've seen black men in these spaces say, man, my son is in elementary school and he's asking me, why are the black girls so mean? Man, this shit is starting really early. And man, by the time they get to middle school, high school, them dudes ain't checking for them like that. They're like, nah, I'm going over here, man. I'm dealing with Maricela or one of these other. They're like, no, we see it in celebrities' kids too. Ricky Smiley, Michelle,
Bronny,
you ain't stop. That pro-black shit ain't stopping this wave right here. It's not. You better, you better try to mentor some of the cats and like, okay, this is how you need to handle the situation. But on that pro-black stuff, man, the track record speaks for itself. And when you compare it to the church, it's the same thing. Pro-black men can't. We just seen the dude, Young Farrah. He wilding out on his video. Now he was a few years ago. He was talking about the black woman is God. Now he's saying the same shit the motherfuckers in the Manosphere saying. So on both ends, on the pro-black side and the black,
they're getting squeezed.
They getting squeezed. There is no answer. Their only answer is accepting this kind of space. If they don't, they will die. They will perish. And like he said, like KS says all the time, they're gonna die alone because these young dudes ain't going for this shit And I respect them for standing on that shit. They are not going for it, man. They're
Ryan, let
not
me back you
going
up real quick. So not even just in this space, talking about the overall manosphere. I was watching a more popular channel, and they had a dude on, and he said you got sixth graders that are able to recite divorce statistics to you. Sixth grade white boys that could recite divorce statistics to you. This this
Right,
this
right.
literally, because over there they really ain't built for dealing with the sass and the attitude and shit that we've been dealing with for decades, right? And so even their sons, because what one thing women really underestimate is like that divorce did something to your son. Being a
Yeah.
baby mama did something to your son. You over here worried about your daughter and how she sees things, and you're trying to enculturate her into a certain mindset. But the difference between your son and your daughter is your son actually got to date the future you.
Mm.
Your son, all those lies that you told your son, all of that goes to crap. That first high school heartbreak, when he's in college, when he's out of college, all of that
Mhm.
crap you taught him goes out the window because now he gets to see, oh, this is what my dad was talking about. Oh, okay, you know what? I get it. I get it. I'm not saying I forgive him, but I understand why it took him 20 years to come back from getting some milk at the corner store. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
you get to understand that shit. And they really underestimate that. They really underestimate that. So I'm bringing that up to say it's 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 the black community has a very specific situation, especially because of the history. But when you take it outside and you look at larger what's going on, the larger trends, and you see who's making moves, people got stories for you. And a lot of these do we joke and we kind of insult them. Oh, you nigga, you got mommy issues. But like the mommy issues are real. Those
Very.
mommy issues are real. You imagine the little boys that we see sometimes in the background when their mom trying to take a selfie in the
Oh my
excuse me, trying
gosh.
to take a selfie in the bathroom.
Oh my
That little boy, let's say he's 4 years old, he's 5 years old. In 20 years, you think he ain't gonna be in this space? Not even 20 years.
About to say 20. He's pushing it.
Yeah, right?
man, for real.
You think he's not gonna be in this space? Because those type of those type of things, they used to be able to do that and then keep their son kind of sheltered away from the niggas in the barbershop. They sitting right next to their son in the barbershop. They put him in the barber chair.
Yeah.
They son come out and they leave, right? But now this manosphere, the black manosphere specifically, and even Ed's whole thing is the barbershop, right? It's the barbershop. So your son is having these experiences. He's looking shit up on YouTube. He's Googling shit, and then he's getting into these spaces, and he's finding out like, oh, okay, so that, oh yeah, that, oh man, y'all don't even know my mom. You're describing my mom. Y'all don't even
Mm-hmm.
know my aunt. You're describing my aunt, right? Tying that to the topic at hand, that's the big fear. You think some of them sisters, the whole way they found out about Kevin is because their son was listening to him at 17, 18, 19 years old in the house?
Mm.
This is
You
it.
imagine?
I got a
Go ahead, go
homeboy
ahead.
from college. I got a homeboy from college.
Mhm.
When I used to, I used to, saying stuff around him, saying stuff we talk about. He never used to talk about his mom. I've known him since
Mhm.
2003.
Mhm.
A few years ago, he finally opened up and said, he's like, man, you know them women, man, you be talking about? I said, yeah. He said, man, you describing my mom.
Mhm.
Well,
It
damn.
took him it took him about 3 or 4 years ago to actually open up. And he didn't say it like he was mad at what I was saying. He was like, no, what you saying is real. He said, because I lived that shit. And
Yeah.
he was so adamant, man, about because he completely rejected what she was about.
Mm-hmm.
He never let his son meet his mom. His
Mm.
mom has never meeting her grandson from him. Never. That's how bad this shit is. He never allowed his son to even
I,
view that woman as a grandmother. He wouldn't even do it.
I want to mention this name real quick. And I don't think Kev will have a problem with it. Talking about Manosphere 1.0. Y'all remember Avenue Rants? Anybody in the comments, y'all might remember that name. He came out around the same time Sergeant Willie Pete did. Avenue Rants, that's his whole entire thing. He had so many horror stories with his about his mom. So many horror stories, right? And this is Manosphere 1.0. This is like way back for those of y'all that know what I'm talking. I'm talking about way back. We talking like what 2011 something shit, like 2010, 2011, maybe 2012, right? So and he had horror. So what you're saying is truthful. And as a person who witnessed certain things, but my mom was not like that, but I did see certain things and hear certain things. To hear um Avenue Rants speak the way he did, it just reinforced to me why some of the dudes I was growing up with in middle school and high school, why they were the way they were. Because I would you don't necessarily have the vocabulary for it, but you see certain things when you're younger, you just don't have once again, you don't have the vocabulary for it. And when Avenue Rants was describing his mother, it was like, oh yeah, I've seen those type of moms come and pick up some of my boys from school. Yeah, I know exactly what you describing, right? I seen that type of behavior at the gas station. I seen that type of behavior at the grocery store. Yeah, I know what you're saying, and yeah, those are scarring
Yes.
experiences,
Yes.
and
Yes. And the
yeah.
thing is that every Sunday you got these types of women in the damn church acting like they ain't did shit wrong.
Mm.
And then you got the pastor participating because either he's covering up, or he's banging them out, or both.
Mm.
So you looking like, and if you putting two and two together, like, hold on, man, like, is my mom fucking a pastor? If you put two and two together, man, that shit like that can rock your world. So, like
Raw,
I
real
said,
quick, how did Forrest Gump get into the school again?
man,
I'm
you
just
read my
saying.
mind. I literally thinking about Forrest Gump. You literally read my mind. Stop that shit,
I'm
bro.
just
You
saying.
literally read my motherfucking mind. I was literally thinking about Forrest Gump. Like,
Oh man.
that's the thing. It's like they gonna have to answer for this shit. There's just no way to get around it. Like because the conversation ain't going back to the Color Purple days. It ain't going back to that.
Thank you.
It's not going back to
Jesus
that.
Christ.
That
Throwing Waiting to
argument,
Excel in that shit too.
yes, it's not going back to that. That
It's
conversation
done. It's done.
done.
It's the thing is, look, it's culture. And not only in culture in those who you know what I'm saying operate by it, but those who actually detest it. It's on their lips. It's in their mind. They are sharing. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
what Ed just said,
Manosphere,
the
Red Pill
pendulum done
Council.
swung.
It
The
is.
pendulum swung way
It
too much, and they didn't calculate for it. It's a wrap
right,
now.
but this is the thing. If you notice, all black organizations of the past, they were all trying to. What KS did was crack the code. The church, the black church, was the code. That was the cheat code. Everybody tried to say, how can you crack this black church? Because this is where, you know what I'm saying, the HUD of all, you know what I'm saying, black world is really. And Manosphere, Red Pill rhetoric done crack the black church.
It's a wrap now.
It's done.
It's a done. It's a wrap.
Done. It's done.
I don't think people are really underestimating this impact. I really think people are really underestimating this impact, because the thing about it is that the thing about Kevin is that he's converted so many women who already of that ilk, who couldn't stand what he was saying. They couldn't stand.
Did y'all know that the color is currently blue? Color purple is over with. We switching shades.
Right.
The color is blue. Bitches have now figured out, and I just did a video on this. Bitches have now figured out the color is no longer purple. Why? Because it was the mama's fault. But we can go on from there. How y'all doing tonight? Peace to the
What's
panel.
going on?
Peace to the
What's
chat.
going on, Donnie? Wait, are you sure you want to go with blue or you want to go with red? Think about it.
I say red, but bitches be like, "Oh, he cut me. I'm bleeding. This red because
right?
he
Yeah,
cut
you
me."
know what? Yeah. I see where you're going with that.
Blue, because my heart pumps ice cold liquid freon like my car does, nigga.
Yo, man. But Rogish and Raw are making a very good point about cracking the code. that is what it is. And there's we and y'all have heard me say this. I said this on Raw's show so many times. Raw's heard me say this. Y'all got a better deal over here anyway because black men aren't, generally speaking, on some Ayatollah shit.
Right.
Black men, for the most part, ain't looking for you literally to bow down and air quotes submit. Most niggas that I'm coming in contact with, they're using the word submit, but when you really talk to them, they really want somebody they could actually have a conversation with, somebody that they could actually have some type of cooperation with, right? They just want to have the last
Outside
say so at the end of. Go ahead.
outside of this space, who really talks
Mm.
about submission? Who really talks
No,
about like
niggas ain't
so
looking for that. That exactly.
before really this space, the conversation I had was cooperation. And really that's
Exactly.
all I want, right?
Yeah.
Submission I feel like it's a step beyond cooperation.
Yeah.
Cooperation
It is.
is motherfucking be like, well, if you're gonna do this, okay, I'll go with you until you prove me
Mhm.
wrong. Submission is like, listen, you the head of the household. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, even if you fuck us up, until you lead us into like to the muddy waters.
Mhm.
But a lot of niggas don't understand what that is, and I've had many a conversation with black men up until this point who don't understand what that is.
Mhm.
They have their mothers, they have their cousins, they have their sisters telling them what it is to be in a relationship, and these bitches really do not
Mhm.
fucking know. And I'm saying bitches from an ignorant standpoint because a lot of these women are ignorant as fuck.
Right.
You haven't given me anything to say otherwise. So now when you go talk to a dude, especially an older cat, and you like, oh yeah, XYZ, or hey, so my wife is telling me this, man, listen, you want a happy wife and you'll live a happy life. Nigga, what?
Oh my
Biggest
God.
crock of shit. You know, how do you get advice from a group of people that never seem to make it past a third year mark in a relationship? Just
Right.
a series of 18-month and shorter long relationships.
You giving them
How
too,
am
you
I get
giving them
advice
too
from
many
you?
months. You giving them too many
You're
months.
right.
You giving them
But
too many months.
to that point, it is all defeated niggas telling you this information.
Right.
These
Exactly.
defeated
Yep.
niggas don't have anything else. So when you start asking them questions, okay, happy wife, happy life. All right, let me ask you a question. Did your wife have any kids when you came in the situation? Yeah, I'm not a stepdad. I'm a dad that stepped up. Oh, okay, you that nigga.
Bruh.
You know what? Though? A lot of guys, but y'all
Mm.
underestimate the fact is that a lot of guys, all they wanted was a big piece of chicken.
Mm.
If
Just to sit at the head of the table with the big piece of chicken.
bro, if these women
Yo,
were
I ain't
smart
heard
enough,
that shit in years, bro.
I'm trying to
Bruh.
tell you, if these women were smart enough and just gave the dude the big piece of chicken, been cool around the kids, dude would have accepted a whole lot of stuff. They
Right.
have become
Ooh,
unbearable.
Raj, ooh, you saying some deep shit right now. Y'all realize what Raj is saying?
I know I
Y'all
am. I know I am.
Ooh. We wasn't even asking for much, bitch. We was just asking for the big piece of chicken in the head of the
Bro,
table, and you couldn't even give us that.
that's all a lot of them niggas wanted, man. They just want a little
Damn.
respect. Give them some props at the house. Don't embarrass them in front
Ooh.
of the company. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. And they would have did basically anything they quote unquote baby would have asked them to do.
Facts.
What are these women offering today, right? They're offering the big piece of chicken that they won't cook, that they won't season, that they won't pay for. You can get the big piece of chicken. I ain't cooking it. I ain't prepping
Oh,
it. I ain't
after
even putting it
argument too.
on the oven. You can have that motherfucker. Just make sure my kids eat the other pieces before you. Nigga, what? Bitch, what? I'm not quite understanding. That is how the paradigm has shifted completely, right?
Woo.
Roger said they want the big piece of chicken, as in you can go in there and fry that motherfucker up and bring it and put it out on a plate to them. They're not even doing that. Hey, listen, little Rodney's got football practice. Bitch, what's that mean? Little Rodney needs a bigger piece of chicken. He can have the second biggest piece. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, well, you can go ahead and cook that up. Bitch, what does that mean? So now these motherfuckers is putting up for the big piece of chicken that they paid for, that they cooked, that they seasoned, and they got to eat after little Rodney is sitting there. and everything else. And it's a fucked up paradigm. I'm not disagreeing with Roger at all. Motherfuckers want the big piece of chicken, but it's their ego that's letting them do it, and they'll settle for anything in order to get it. And that's where we're fucked up at.
You know, Mr. Z don't
I'm
even
saying-
care about the. Go ahead, Roger. I'll go after. Go.
No, I'm just saying that the women are so stupid that the deal was so good on their part, and they couldn't even recognize it because niggas just want to
Exactly.
be treated decent
Yeah.
Greeted, bitch.
and not embarrassed in front of company.
Yeah.
When she got home, she really could have ran stuff.
Yeah.
But man,
Yep.
treat me
Yep.
treat me cool in front of the kids, and tell me what's on your honey-do list, and I'll do it in the morning. I'm gonna get up doing the honey-do list. That's what I'm gonna do.
This is part of the conversation. I'm gonna lead into this with my next video. I'm gonna drop it tomorrow. I've been occupied because I'm best man at a wedding. Shit finished tonight, so we done. But it's
Hey,
the color
Donnie.
purple.
Donnie,
Yeah,
you mean to tell me you have a life?
yeah,
I know,
do.
right?
It's a lot fucking going on.
Hey,
It's a lot going on.
You promised
That's
us
what I feel
video.
about Raj and BGS. When Raj don't drop a stream, I'm like, wait a minute, nigga, what's going on in Chicago? Wait, you got a life, Raj? Wait a minute.
but let me tell you. So okay, so let's look at the color purple. Y'all remember Suge Avery? Suge Avery, the girls did it. Our habitual line stepper sister, Sister George, did Suge Avery Hot Girl, right? So Suge Avery was a thought. Hot girl to me means a hoe. She gonna bust it open. She gonna dance on top of tables. That's whole business, right? So if you look at Suge Avery, her dad said "fuck you." She was like, "Daddy, I'm married." Bitch kept rolling past her. Right? This is the pastor of the church. Everybody was talking about this bitch like she ain't got no common sense. She's a fuck up. If you look at her, she ended up finding a simp that was going to accept her and her kids that she was not taking care of or looking after. That's the nigga who was talking with Mister at the table, like, yeah, you had a one way, I had another one. As in, we both fucked this bitch. We both hit, right? But you accepted her and you took her on as a wife. And Mister was low key jealous about the shit. So we have a whole generation of niggas who are out here looking for bitches in a hot girl summer. And a hot girl summer from what, 1930s was that movie? Suge Avery was a complete loser on anybody's scale and standard. She might have been attractive at the time. Any way you want to cut it, she's a fucking loser. But you had a whole nigga go and marry that bitch. There's a whole bunch of niggas out here who are marrying Suge Avery, who are getting with Suge Avery and feel like they've accomplished something. You have a loser bitch with a loser dynamic who don't take care of her fucking kids, and you were up with her smiling, skinning, and grinning with a nigga who's told you he fucked her, and that's cool to you. And that is the normal standard for black men in these relationships. And these are what women are telling you is what the standard for men is. Can anybody tell me what's wrong with that situation? Would you be in that situation with your wife?
Well, the thing is, I'm gonna have to say that they messed that up.
Yeah.
It's not the normal no more. That's why
Yep.
so many niggas out here single, because niggas ain't going. You know what I'm saying? Had they continue to give niggas the big piece of chicken, maybe niggas would be still getting married right now. But no, they wanted to become so overpowering to the black man. It was nothing left to do but get up and start fighting back. You made it where he had no choice. You know, now I get it. Some people don't know any better yet. They still young and things like that. 17, 18, 19 years old. They don't get it yet. But as guys get older, the more we got to deal with regular life and whatnot. I can't get no comfort at home because I'm working out here doing what I got to do in front of these white folks. So I'm on this job I don't necessarily like. I'm trying to take care of a chick. And you know what? I don't like her that much. So now I got to go to work and do a job I don't like, come home and deal with a woman I don't like that much. You know? And you know what? This is starting to be too much for me. So guess what I'd rather do? I'll go become single. You know what I'm saying? And dudes are doing something because I'm listening to what people are saying, you know, and people was talking about people becoming roommates and things like that. Niggas is saying I'm out of here, whatever the cost. You see what I'm saying? I'm up now. You know,
Raj, to make it even worse, like a person like me, We don't even care about the big piece of chicken. I'm not even a thousand and a breast guy. I like legs and wings. Bitch, could you not touch the legs and wings? I'm coming down a step, and you still fucking don't touch the legs and wings, right? And I'm just saying that to say you're so full of yourself. You're so self-centered. You're so selfish. You're so myopic. I don't know how many other words I can put in that space that you can't even deal with, like Charles say, the garbage men of the dating world, the niggas that's not even asking you to really submit, to cooperate, right? You can't even
I'm,
deal with the niggas that's asking you just to cooperate, like you said, Raj. Just don't embarrass us in public, don't embarrass us in front of the kids, and let me get the head of the table and the big piece of chicken. And for Mr. Z, I don't even care about the big piece of chicken, right? So you can't even do that. Jesus Christ.
All right,
hey,
all right.
Sad.
go ahead
Let,
and read
let me
that.
say this real quick.
Hey, do
Mhm.
me a favor, Kev. Read the comment under that too. Go ahead.
Oh, you talking about some all they offer Simps is a
Hey,
paper plate of hot Cheetos.
and the one after that too.
The Red Bone Enthusiast says, I can tell you now, I literally did a poll on IG. Gen Z is not fucking with single mothers. We're piping and stealing food on the way out.
That's why I laughed at the comment. That shit was funny as hell.
These niggas, they grabbing the snack packs on the way out.
Bro. Hey, Capri Sun's on the way out, bro.
Look at what Lux
Lunchables on the
Veritas
way
said.
out.
Hold on, look at what Lux Veritas said after that shit.
All right, baby, you have a good night. I'm gonna go and grab this juicy juice. And
Hey,
get
why
up
that sound
out
like
of
a
here.
Corey Holcomb line? That sound like Corey Holcomb all day. That's some shit he would say. That's not Chicago shit. Oh
All
man.
right, guys. All right, guys. We're getting a little long here. We really went over time, but this conversation became very good. So you know, nice to flesh things out. But I'm getting a little tired. Got a little day ahead of me. Like whatever I decide, actually. So it's not really a day. I mean, but you guys will learn one day what it's like to shape. Some of you already do. Like learn what it's like to shape your own days and be able to still sustain quite the
Mm.
life. But
Mhm.
it starts early for me tomorrow. But
Mhm.
let's go ahead and get final words in. I thought this was a very good conversation, and
I'll
like
go
Roger
because I'll
Bell
let the
Marcus said.
seniors.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
I
okay.
got a super chat. Sun is hot, raw. Appreciate it. He said they also conveniently left out of that conversation that Suge Avery and Sealy had a moment. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So did.
Uh-oh.
So did.
Ooh, we on the way out, let me say that, let me talk about that on the way out. I'll leave the room for the seniors in here. Um I'm not trying to take no
Oh,
shots at y'all.
young,
I ain't taking no shots.
look here, young blood. Don't forget your place now. Don't
Right?
forget your place, young blood.
No, you know that. Hey, Kevin might have to start saying that, or one of us might have to start saying that too, because that's the next step. Honestly, to be frank with you, and you kind of, and it was actually brought up, right, by a woman. Like that's the next move, because if you can't get, like Charles say, the garbage men of the dating world, the niggas that just want cooperation, you can't get the white boys neither. And I use white boys to just as a blanket for all non-black men. Then you might start, if you're not trying to cooperate or submit, then that might be the next step. If you ain't trying to die alone with your dog eating your face or your cat eating your face, then you might have to lap up with another chick. And I don't know how long that's gonna last, because y'all can't really stand each other. Y'all don't be friends for more than 2-3 years. So and I think I'll end with that. Once again, Kev, great topic, great topic. And it's good seeing Ra and Roger. And this shit was fun as usual. And I'll talk to y'all later. But hey, that y'all might have to get y'all tongue used to exercising a little bit. I'll just say that. And I'll at y'all later. Later.
All right, Mr. Z. Appreciate it. Okay, who's going next?
I'll go next.
Hold
Go
on, let
ahead,
me just drop in.
Donnie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you everybody for tuning in to Kev. That nigga's the weekend warrior for a reason. He dropping them gems, right? Uh, Everybody else, you niggas ain't shit. I ain't shit for watching. Ha!
Hey,
I'll let y'all
Donnie,
later.
Donnie,
Yo,
Donnie. Yeah, you
yo,
are
yo, yo.
dropping the video. You are dropping that video of Suge Avery within like the next 1 or 2 days, correct?
I'm gonna drop that shit off tomorrow. I'm finally done with all the best man duties, so I ain't got to get wrangle niggas and everything else. So I got time tomorrow. I'm gonna get that shit done.
Or yeah, be sure to check him out at You Ain't Shit for Watching. He been dropping some pretty good videos, so check him out. I always regularly put his stuff in my community tab. So all
Thank you, fellas. I'll holler at y'all later.
right,
All right,
Donnie.
All right,
for
Donnie.
sure, for sure. I just want to say, hey man, if you gonna talk that talk, remember to walk that walk, especially if you're on a really, really, really big platform. So if you are running a mega church, that means you got a big platform. If you're a YouTuber with 1 million subscribers, you're on a big platform. So if you're gonna talk the talk, just go ahead and walk the walk. Now, all that stuff that's in the Bible, we supposed to all be in agreement anyway. So it really ain't much to be picking at each other with. And I'm gonna leave it at that. All right. I'll let y'all later. Be easy.
All right, Raj. Um, Thanks for having me up, Kev. Once again, good show. Peace to the panel. Peace to Rogus, who was up here earlier. So, peace to the chat. You know, man, we've been, on this stuff, man, for a while, man. The technology gave us a, platform to speak and share, with other men, things that we've gone through. It's really been helpful to many men. I'm really proud of the effect that we've had on a lot of the younger men. I could see just in certain comments that I've seen from certain people over the course of time. I've seen, people really, really, kind of learning, growing, maturing into, the direction they need to go into. Not letting these chicks beat them down because they have some understanding of what the environment is, so they don't internalize themselves as being nothing or not worthy or worthless. And that's really been helpful to a lot of the younger men to be able to come in these spaces to be heard, because many times, man, this is the first time in their lives that their concerns have actually been heard by somebody or people who actually care about what they've gone through, because many of us have gone through similar things, and we can speak to it, and we can tell them, how to navigate it, look up information that they can read for themselves to best understand it, so they don't get bogged down emotionally by something that really ain't even their fault. Black men from 1865 to now have never stopped building, have never stopped producing, have never stopped having any goals or drive or anything like that. This is just a false notion that has been propagated by many Black females. And being in these spaces, men from all walks of life can see that whether it's young Black men, whether it's middle-aged Black men, even older Black men, we see a lot of Black men being productive. So that argument is not even, it's not even, it really has never been a serious argument. But we just didn't have the platforms necessary to actually fight back against the ability for people to define us without us being able to respond. Now we can respond, and we seeing the power of the space and how it can actually respond back in kind and put other people on notice that we're not going to allow you to participate in the destruction of Black men's name. Even if you're another Black male, we're going to call you out. Anytime that we see you trying to shit on Black men's name, we're going to call you out. We're going to identify you. And we're going to make sure that we disassociate ourselves with those types. The lines have been drawn. You're either on one side or the other. Either you're on the side of Black men first, or you're on the side with our enemies. And that's really what it's about at this particular point. I salute the young men who are coming in these spaces, growing. You know, if y'all see some old niggas talking some bullshit, keep coming to the spaces. You know, you can hear some real shit, authentic stuff that you can really learn, um, really what's going on out here. And I'll leave it there.
All right, man. I'm gonna keep it quick. Gen Z in the building, man. Two things I'm gonna say. First thing, black man, just keep doing what you're doing, man. We're doing good. Look up 2021 Bureau of Labor Statistics data. We're doing very good out here, man. There's no reason why you should feel down on yourself. The second thing is to all the single mothers. If you are a single mother, the best thing you can do is get with your baby daddy. That's it. Nobody else is fucking with you, all right? I know niggas that are single mothers, know niggas that got single mothers that were child of single mothers, and I know niggas that got a bitch pregnant. They get clowned all the same way. There's no excuse nowadays. You got too many options. It's too easy to not get pregnant. If you doing that shit, it's your fucking fault, and nobody feels bad for you. You gonna get piped, and that's it. You're not really worth anything else for real, for real. And I mean, it's tough because the kid suffers at the end of the day. But for real, for being real about it, you weren't thinking about the kid in the first place. That's facts. Y'all be easy.
All right, Red Bone enthusiast, Kane. Thanks for coming up and offering your thoughts at the end of the show. And thanks for respecting as well. And wow, we got a very persistent troll in the chat. Like, how many profiles can you possibly have? Shoot, thumbs down at all you want. It's too late. God damn, 7? This man thumbs down with all his troll accounts. But that's cool, man. I mean, I appreciate the attention. Yeah, but anyway, let me just put it to you like this, and then we'll end the show. Um, Tell people the truth, or they won't end up here. God damn, how did you find me? But oh, and thanks for the $3 super sticker, Lux Veritas. Appreciate it. But yeah, I didn't necessarily come here to slam Creflo Dollar or slam anybody who is trying to put out a good word or whatever. But at the same time, you're being exposed at this point because a lot of you guys weren't honest anyway. A lot of you guys were just grifters. You're telling people what they wanted to hear. And now that somebody's telling them the truth, you might feel a little threatened. So, what I would suggest you do is go ahead and invest, write some more books, or, start telling people the truth. You never know, you might do better. Even get you a YouTube channel and be brutally honest. But that's all I'll say for now. I'm a little tired. Please be back for Any Given Sunday tomorrow night. And that should be an interesting story as well. And hopefully Lux Veritas will be there too. You're going to love that topic especially. So anyway, this is Kev. This is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Long live the habitual line steppers. I appreciate you all, even the trolls. And Kev, we trust. Goodbye.